Just your worship, just remember two potential amendments to the agenda.
Yes.
Thanks, your worship. So just proposing two amendments to the agenda. First at a new 8.5, first reading for bylaw 2024-76. So my apologies, administration, we didn't get to this one in time. Now that there's a 4-week gap to the next meeting, we just wanted to make sure we weren't holding up any upcoming construction. So when that comes up, all the council has a copy of that report. We'll put it up on the board. We'll take 5 minutes so everyone can review it and go from there if that's in order. And then the second item was right now 7.1, the fire department presentation. We just like to push that up right before question period to have the first thing up coming out of closed. So that way the individual coming in can depart afterwards.
Okay, and then I will hand that over to TJ after a brief interview. All right, council, are we good with that? Excellent.
Yay.
All right, with that being said, let us adopt the consent agenda or the agenda and adoption.
I have a question for the consent agenda.
Yes, let's move that off. What would you like moved off?
Is the tracker, please?
The tracker can be moved off, indeed it can. Okay.
I
Let's,
have a question, I don't know if it needs to be. But, the DeKalb speed issue. We don't need a discussion, but you guys still handle it, just because I'm assuming there's some sort of action being internally.
Yeah, that's correct, your worship. We can speak to that too when it comes up if you like, but yeah, administration has taken action through municipal enforcement. So
slide it off so we can inform the public that way.
yeah,
And then you can say I've addressed that.
Yeah, just to make sure that it's gonna be.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna slide those two items off, the consent agenda onto regular, and we'll put those where, Verna?
They should probably just follow, do you want them going or can you just command?
What's up?
9.9 and 9.10.
Okay. Fine.
Interesting. Yep.
Tim, the action tracker and your culprit. Traffic. Okay, excellent. All right, so we have some additions. Mr. CA, where will we putting your first one into bylaw policies?
yes, 8.5, your worship, that works. So then that would be 3 bylaws. After that would then be 8.6, 8, 7.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Consent, please. Consent agenda.
Consent agenda first, and that consent agenda. Okay, now that we've removed from consent agenda,
Oh, do the motions?
for consent agenda, any questions on the consent agenda?
No, but the reports are fantastic.
There you go.
Just want to say that.
Kudos.
So just we're gonna take off the tracker.
Yep, so that's moved to
Yeah.
9.9.
So I'm
Okay.
giving you adopting it as amended.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent, that's carried. Thank you, Brendan. Yep, the call for the 9.10 is the call for traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now I'll take agenda as presented for the evening. Hazel gives it.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Hazel.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that's carried. Thank you, Brendan. All right, closed session, motion go closed. Veronica gives me that one. Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Excellent, we're in closed. Thank you, Brendan. Reconvene our meeting at 6 bells on the nose. All right, thank you everyone for attending this evening. We are July 17th, 2024. Today we opened our meeting at 4 o'clock, 4:15 actually. We went into an in-camera session / closed session. We discussed legal matter Under FOIP section 24.1, we had a legal matter, FOIP section 27. We had a service review of FOIP section 20.1 advice from officials. And we had MNP auditors for a FOIP section 24.1 advice from officials as well. Moving on, the town of Diamond Valley acknowledges the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region, southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai First Nations, the Stoney Dakota, Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley First Nations, the Dene of Tsuut'ina First Nations, and the Métis Region 3, and all those that make Treaty 7 lands their home. So with that being said, we are going to pick up on our agenda after we adopted our consent agenda. We had a few additions to the original agenda. We had 8.8. We added bylaw 2024-76, which we will get to later. And we added from the consent agenda, we shifted out the action tracker item, which will fall 9.9 and 9.10, Dakota traffic concern. So we pulled those out and they are now put on the regular agenda. So moving forward, we're going to have 3 public hearings here tonight. So if you haven't attended a public hearing, it gets a little droll with some of the rigmarole of the MGA and how we have to present it. So it's a process. You have to just let me finish what I have to say, and then we open the floor. Then you'll have opportunities to talk. You'll state your name, your address, then you'll have 5 minutes to make your case, and so on and so forth. Trust me, we've got all night, so we're going to be going through that. But before we get there, we have item 4.1, which is our fire chief as a commendation for a member of the public. And I would like our fire chief, TJ Power, to come forward and you can tell everyone all about it. And we have a beautiful medal here, and there you go. So TJ Power, our fire chief for Diamond Valley.
Perfect. That's good. You can get my last name right next time.
We have Power?
Or
Did I say Power?
you did,
Yeah.
because I'm in power.
It's
So it's okay.
basketball, get the guy TJ Power, that's why.
I'm saying it like you knew it.
So I'll do an effort to try to, there's a large audience here, so I'll try to speak to you guys as well. We do have a member of the public here on the camera as well as a counselor. And I don't want to turn my back to you guys, so I'll do my best to share the audience. So as we started, when I got here last year, we instituted something called the Fire Chief Commendation. And this was a specific award that would be issued by the fire chief during extraordinary efforts made by the public, extraordinary support made to the fire department, anything that was just over and above. And we've only been able to give out one this year. The last one was the gentleman who found our long lost elderly person. And I have the honor tonight to present our second ever Diamond Valley Fire Chief Commendation. I will apologize in advance. The Foothills County new fire chief, Russ Friesen, was supposed to be in attendance with me tonight. He unfortunately, in his full uniform like this, literally stopped on the side of the highway on the way here, as he is in command of a big grass fire on Highway 7. So he sends his apologies tonight. But this is a joint effort between myself and Foothills County. So it is a great step in our relationship that way as well. So I'm just going to read this out. So I'll tell you a little bit about the history of what it is, and I'll call the individual up. Well, we have a number of people here tonight from both family as well as the industry and business that he's involved in. So I'll start off with just introducing what happened, and we'll do some photos and that. So on the evening of May 28th, 2024, Diamond Valley Fire Rescue was dispatched to a vehicle fire involving a skid steer at the AECon gravel pit. On arrival, it was evident that the situation had been largely mitigated thanks to the swift and heroic actions of Cole Deaton, a contractor working at the gravel pit. Cole witnessed the skid steer on fire with his co-worker trapped inside due to a door failure of the skid steer. Recognizing the immediate danger, Cole sprang into action using a fire extinguisher to break the window and extricate his co-worker, and despite sustaining some minor hand injuries in the process. Cole's co-worker sustained some severe burns on his hands and arms, necessitating an air medevac from Oilfields Hospital to a trauma center. Beyond saving his co-worker's life and minimizing the severity of the injuries, Cole proceeded to extinguish the fire. As you know, our volunteer firefighters have to come from home, have to arrive to the station, so it can take him a little while. So he utilized an on-site fire extinguisher and employed a front-end loader to cover the skid steer with dirt and gravel, effectively extinguishing the remaining flames. Cole's actions were crucial in ensuring the safety and survival of his coworker and ultimately doing our job, which was great. When we got there, there was nothing left for us to do other than to clean up. So with that, I would like to call up Cole Deaton. So as part of these commendations, we do have, again, the story of what happened is signed by both the fire chiefs for the region. But we also have a challenge coin here that we personalized and engraved with the date and the name of Cole, that he can be able to remember this and cherish this. These are prized possessions to get these challenge coins. You don't get them very often, so it's gonna be something that, Cole, you can hold on to this, remember it. And we're very glad to hear that your coworker is making, strides in his recovery, but it's due to your actions. So thank you again. We'll let your coworker here grab a photo here, but. Perfect. And obviously the big, large audience is here for Cole, so. Following through his actions, so. This is our mayor here and our council, if you want to get this video. I think we're gonna get outside for more stuff. That's fun. Perfect. Great job. Thanks.
Cole, congratulations, man.
Come down the line.
Yeah, there's a counselor up on the screen there. Thank
Yeah,
you.
congratulations, Cole. That's hero move, man. Big time.
I'll head on up back and run to the photos up there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for attending. There's only 5 more hours. If you want to stick around, dang, we probably had a crowd. So, great job, Cole.
They're really comfortable with Cole.
That's awesome. So it's very, yeah, really good.
It's hard enough to get a little scary. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, exactly. It's right. It's like, yeah. What do you think? Okay, so let me just make sure I got the question here. Okay. All right, everyone, we are good to go. All right. We will now move on to 5.1 question period. So question period is 15-minute section of the council period where we have for the public to ask questions, administration, for general inquiry, whatever you wish. What we do is you have a form up here, you fill that out prior to the meeting, you hand it over here, or you can email, you can talk to the counselor, you can text it in, phone it in, we don't care how we get it, but it has to be in writing so we can read it. So we had one submitted, and I think that's it.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is from Linda Leslie. This is regarding pedestrian safety. So I have a background and then a quick paragraph and then a question. Her background is not having sidewalks within the Bailey Bridge subdivision. Oh, sorry. There you go. Not having sidewalks within the Bailey Bridge subdivision has not been an issue as traffic is minimal and speeds are slow by local residents. The issue concerning is connectivity outside the subdivision. In order to connect to the walking paths on Dekalta, we are walking on 16th Ave, which has no sidewalk or walking path, and then along Dekalta till we get to the Imperial Drive, as this is where the walking path starts. I had a close call a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday at 6:15, and again tonight at 7:55 while walking our dogs. Both times the vehicle did not stop at the stop sign, not even the rolling stop at the east corner of 16th and Dekalta. I was walking on the shoulder of Dekalta as there isn't a sidewalk or walking path. Having lived here for a year and a half, I've learned to be on guard and jump back, pulling my dog's leash while doing so. Not something I nor any other pedestrian should have to do while out trying to enjoy a walk. The request is regarding pathway connectivity. I understand it needs to be budgeted for. Please bring this forward, or I'm bringing this forward now and I'm hopeful that in the interest of pedestrian safety, it can be added to next year's budget. So she is getting in prior to our budget discussions, which are forthcoming. Council, there's a few recommendations council or administration had. We could look at costs. We could cost something up for sidewalks. This of course falls into pedestrian safety task force that we tried to form, but no one volunteered for it. We have grants that we can look at, and we can also look to have this added to a pre-existing project. And if we have any surplus, then maybe it can be costed that way. So anything other than that, anything we can do to just try and put it on the radar for budget,
Yeah, I think that sums it up well, your worship.
really, right? So, yeah, we can simply, yeah, give us something.
So based on the request of our resident here, I'll make a motion to direct administration to include in a budget business case, pathway connectivity from Bailey Ridge over to Imperial Drive.
Cost per meter,
Cost per
sidewalk,
meter,
doesn't have to be complicated.
Yeah.
Right,
very simple.
very simple.
Because there could be other options involved.
Yeah,
Right.
and then it's there for consideration. Yeah. So, makes sense? Very simple, very basic. Greg's already nodding his head. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, sir. Oh, by the way, everyone in attendance, we have Councillor Brendan Kelly, who is on vacation. And the time change, he's gonna be sitting at about 1 AM by the time this thing finishes, so thank him for being here. And he gets the chance to just ask a question whenever, and he gets to interrupt, so. Okay,
You're lucky to
moving
get
on,
me
we
till
have,
the end, Mayor Crane.
there you go. All right, we're gonna move on to our bylaws. So we have bylaw. No statutory hearing, bylaw 2024-44 to amend land use bylaw 21-1114 Turner Valley to add residential detached narrow lot district R1 in. So I'm gonna read a preamble here. It's all by the MGA. So we have to introduce ourselves and so on. Our introductions will be done once, as each one of them requires us to ask, but we're not changing our faces. So here we go. Opening. I hereby declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-44 land use bylaw amendment for bylaw 21-1114 Turner Valley open at 6:13 PM. I am Mayor Barry Crane, and I'm the chairperson for today's hearing. Will council please introduce themselves, starting with Councillor Gordon, moving to my left and down through administration, ending with the chief.
Councillor Jonathan Gordon.
Councillor Cindy Holiday.
Mayor Barry Crane.
Deputy Mayor Veronica Poiter, Councillor Hazel Marks, Councillor Heather Thompson.
Chief Administrative Officer Adam Davey.
Legislative Services Manager Verna Staples.
Planning and Development Manager, Carrie Florzone.
Chief Financial Officer, Will Chenna. Manager Community Services, Monique LeBlanc.
Tax and Utility Clerk Lisa Zier.
Civic Operations Manager, Craig Beaton.
Director of Public Safety, TJ Moore.
And of course, we have on the Zoom call, Councillor Brendan Kelly. So Brendan,
Councillor Brendan Kelly. Hi, everybody.
excellent. All right, all discussions by council members, administration, and speakers shall be directed through myself as the presiding officer. During the public hearing, we ask that you respect the views of everyone here and allow each person their time to speak without interruption. Each person wishing to speak will be given 5 minutes to make a presentation to council. I ask that you indicate if you are speaking on your behalf, on behalf of another person or group of persons or an organization. When you are finished speaking, please remain at the front, so you'll be coming up to this chair here with the speaker. Please remain at the front as council may wish to ask you questions. This hearing will be carried out in an orderly fashion in accordance with the normal parliamentary procedures. So, Mr. Davey, can you please confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised and notice given in accordance with requirements of the municipal government, please?
Confirmed, your worship.
Thank you. Ms. Florzone, could you please come front and center? Hit the microphone button, illuminating it red, and make your staff presentation, please.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, council. Bylaw 2024-44 is to add the R1N district to the Turner Valley land use bylaw. There was a similar amendment to the Black Diamond land use bylaw. It allows a narrower lot than is currently allowed, that has been requested by several developers, but one came forward and paid for it. And we are here tonight.
Excellent, thank you. Very simple, very straightforward, information is in the package. Any questions for staff at this time? Right. Mr. Davy, has the town received any written submissions not included in the staff report?
Good night, your worship.
At this point in the hearing, I will call upon anyone wishing to speak on the proposed bylaw. Please note that each party wishing to speak will only have one opportunity to do so. If you are speaking and have already provided a written submission, please summarize your concerns. Council members may ask presenters questions for the purpose of clarifying the speaker's comments. Councillors will not debate this matter during the hearing. The decision regarding whether to grant the bylaw further reading will be dealt with later on in the agenda and/or at a subsequent meeting if deemed necessary. At this time, I would ask administration if anyone has registered or signed in to speak to this specific bylaw.
If not, your worship.
All right, I'm going to have you just swing your microphone up. Just this, okay. All right, thank you. Will you also verify that you have no further written submissions?
Verified.
Best of your knowledge, have all speakers been heard?
We have not had any speakers, your worship.
Or I would say yes. Does any person who has previously not spoken wish to address any of the new information provided? And this is where it gets droll in public hearings. We have to read this, so I just go through it. Does any person who has not previously spoken wish to address any new information provided at this hearing? Council may ask questions following any speaker. So, does the applicant have any further information, closing remarks that they wish to provide? You. Does administration have any closing remarks or responses to any questions or concerns that were provided? Is council satisfied they have obtained enough sufficient information for the public hearing? So, I would like to thank all those who provided any written submissions and spoke for their comments. Council will take all these comments into consideration when deciding on this matter. With that said, I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-44 closed at 6:18. That's an easy public hearing. That's how it goes when these are just administrative paperwork functions. Right? The next one, we will have much more fun. All right, moving on to bylaw 2024-73 to amend land use bylaw 2021-1114 Turner Valley, discretionary uses to add private club or lodge for lot 1, block 32, plan 161-2096, 305 Dunham Lane Northwest, and to redesignate to R3. All right, I hereby declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-73 to amend bylaw 2021-1114 Turner Valley opened at 6:19 p.m. Mr. Davy, can you please confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised and notice given in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act?
Confirmed, your worship.
Thank you. Ms. Florzone, can you please come forward and present your report and explain the purpose of the proposed amendment?
Good evening again. Bylaw 2024-73 is to add private club or lodge as a discretionary use in the R3 and to redesignate lot 1, block 32, plan 161-2096, known as 305 Dunham Lane Northwest as R3. The property was formerly R3, and when the new bylaw was adopted in 2021, land use bylaw 21-1114, the subject parcel went from R3 to R1. And an application has been made to put it back to R3. In addition to accommodate future development, there is a request to add private club or a lodge, which is a current definition in our land use bylaw on the Turner Valley side as a discretionary use in the R3.
All right, thank you. Questions? Council, and Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to clarify, because I was here when the land use bylaw was changed, this was never brought up. Look, we didn't go through any, going from R1 to A through R3. That was never brought up. You guys have gone back through the notes and there's nothing on file. It was clearly a clerical. Is this how that happened?
So I can't necessarily speak to whether it was intentional or not. It was passed by council at that time. From what we can see, there were no notes as to why that occurred, which is a correct statement on your behalf. So yeah, there isn't really clear evidence to us why that change occurred. And it has been presumed that it was miscoloring a map.
So you've gone back and looked at like our red line versions that we had been going through, or the notes, because I remember when we did it, we had notes of all the changes that were being made, and it wasn't included in any of those.
Not that we could see in any obvious fashion.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff at this point? All right. Applicant, if the applicant is present, the applicant has a maximum of 20 minutes to make their presentation.
See, that's what it's all.
That would be you. Okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself and your address.
Hi, I'm here about the president of Lions Club, Foothills Lions Club, that is. My address is 409 Robert Street Southwest on the west side of Diamond Valley. I thank you, council and Mayor Crane, for having me here. And as you know, we're requesting to get our piece of land changed back to R3. It's always been R3 that we knew. I have 3 documents to that effect. It was a land use map of 2016, our appraisal when we got the property in 2016, and also the Dunham Lane structure plan back from 2002, all suggest R3. So it's unclear to the club how this got changed from R3 to R1. And we got some clarity on that a few minutes ago between Councillor Halliday and our staff here. So that was great. But in any event, that's what it is. So we're asking to have it return back to R3 because that's what we thought we had, so that would allow for development of this property. In spite of what you may have read on social media, it's always been our desire of our club to develop this property. We've had it for 7 years, and we just need the right developer to come along. Okay, our club has discussed, and we have a vision, I guess, for focusing on senior or affordable housing. That's always been our focus. And we'd hope that in the process, we might get some kind of a community center that we could use as a Lions Hall as well, but a community center, not a Lions center. Over the years, we've vetted a number of proposals actually from different developers, and none of them seemed to be a good fit for us. In the interim, we hauled in a bunch of dirt, we leveled the property, we put topsoil on, we grassed it, we fenced it. We try to be decent neighbors in the interim over the last 7 years. We've had a few opportunities to sell land, and that's when you have a club, you've got more than one person, and some people might have thought that was a good choice, but we, in their wisdom as a group, decided that wouldn't be the right thing to do. We're still hoping to develop it. And we now have a proposal from a developer that makes sense for us, and we think it could work. Okay, the proposal that includes, and you may not have seen it, perhaps you have, it would include 8 duplexes, 4 on each side. Okay, and on the end of the property, on the northeast corner of the property would be an apartment building. Okay, there's also a provision to have a clubhouse, a community center, if you like, community center, Lions Center, and in the very the very southeast corner of that property would be a green space. Okay, which would connect to the trails, connect activity. So we feel this would meet the need of our community. We think that there's a need for senior housing, and if you look at what's happening up on top of the hill as far as sales of property up there, they're going like hotcakes and for very good dollars. So this seemed to make sense to us. So we hope we can get a change back to R3 and we can proceed with the development. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Unless some of my club, I have 3 other members from my club here. That's Lucas and my Larry Shelkey, who's our secretary, and past president Sharon Shelkey as well. So unless they have something to add, they'd have their opportunities to suggest for you. Okay. I'm just introducing.
Yeah, absolutely. Council, any questions for Mr. Rapp? Hazel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Rob, coming in, explaining a little bit more of this. I wasn't aware of it. Your apartment building, how big of apartment building?
You know, I was going to look it up and I didn't because I haven't seen it for a while. I'm gonna say, is it sound like 22, 24 or 32 units? I can't make, it's not huge, but does that sound right? 24 or 32 units?
Are you looking at like a
You're
three
not to
story?
discuss the application at this point.
Okay, right, yeah, we're not,
It's just a rezoning. It's not a, what are you building?
yeah, we haven't got into the. any-
The line, yeah.
That have to be approved by this town anyway, so that would be where the.
Good
That
catch,
would get sort of. Thank you.
She's like, you slap my wrist.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. Yeah, so anything just regarding the information that was provided, clarity? Good. You may have some.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. At this point of the hearing, I would call upon anyone wishing to speak on the proposed bylaw. Oh, sorry, no. Gotta go over here to Mr. Davy again. Mr. Davy, has the town received any written submissions not included in your staff report? If so, I would ask that they be read aloud and entered into the record. So I understand we do have this stack that I have right here, but you can answer that question if there's more than that.
That's correct, your worship. That is, that's all. We have 7 written submissions.
All right, I'm just gonna go through the process of reading each one of these. So just give me that time here. All right, here we go. Hello, Judy. I 100% am against the redesignation of single housing R1 to R3 to a multi-unit district. This zoning will allow apartments, fourplexes, duplexes, townhouses, and any multi-family units. I strongly oppose to these units being built behind our house, bringing our property value down. If homes are to be built on this land, it should stay as R1 and build to match the surrounding homes, not devalue the ones that are already there. Home building is already taking place in the area. It needs to match what currently is being built, not a multi-unit district. We paid good money for our home. Now to have it devalued by multi-family units, sincerely, unimpressed resident Teresa. We are writing to let you know my concerns regarding this planning application. Please consider the following points. When we purchased our lot and built our home last year on Anderson Close, if above land was designated as R1, we had no issues with single family homes being built in the open space as per the zoning. We built with the understanding this area being R1 and think multi-family homes would take down the value of our property. We also feel the rezoning of the site to R3 will result in more traffic on Don Lane, which is not built for heavy traffic and is also used by lots of residents. Number 2, we have been led to believe that this area, if rezoned to R3, will be built out as low-income housing. We do not think this area is suitable for low income, as it is on the edge of town and is not within walking distance of stores or amenities. There's no available transit for low income people if they don't own cars. There are already 2 new developments coming to town which contain low income housing. How many areas do we need? We would like to see the property kept as R1 to allow build out to fit the surrounding area. Sincerely, Mike and Mickey Booth. Hello, thank you for letting our letter regarding the proposed change to 305 Dunham Lane from R1 to R3. I would like to be registered my opposition to this change is the following reasons. One, water supply. For several years, there have been summer water restrictions. A high density area will consume a lot of water. And it is essential that the water infrastructure be able to support this, as we have seen nearby aging water systems can cause issues. Number two, transportation. High density housing is often designed to be beneficial to those without vehicles. It should be built where there is easy accessibility transport. Public transportation, Diamond Valley currently has very limited public transportation and nothing that would get people to work on a daily basis or to medical appointments in Calgary. B, road conditions. Dunham Lane is in poor shape. Potholes this winter and spring were dangerous. Increase due to this road will be problematic unless it is upgraded. 3 is employment. The job pool in Diamond Valley is very limited. High density housing without a plan for employment can be problematic. Infrastructure. There are not the walking distance accesses to a grocery store, medical services, and mental health supports to help manage a high density housing project within this community. I understand that high occupancy R3 covers several different types of buildings and living spaces. However, many of them can be detrimental to nearby property values. This is concerning. Rather than rezoning this area, it would be of higher value to hear exactly what the owner has planned for this land and have a robust discussion, as it is an impact on the community. Sincerely, Jeanette, forgive me, Seminara. Good afternoon. We would like to inform you of our objection to the redesignation of 305 Dunham Road. When we had our house built, the land in question was zoned for multifamily, which we had no objection to. Obviously, generally, when low-income properties are built, the value of the immediate homes generally drop. There's already new developments for low income in Diamond Valley planned. There's no need for more low income homes, especially in a town our size. This will affect the reputation and value of properties in Diamond Valley. There are no amenities for the development, which will increase the road traffic substantially. Down the road is not in a condition for extra traffic. Diamond Valley is a bedroom community, which is not safe for low income developments. In areas where there's low income developments, there's generally higher crime as well. Diamond Valley is not set up for that. Diamond Valley has a great reputation for a place to live for people of all ages. If too many low income properties are developed, this will change the reputation of a great place to live. This will change the reputation of a great place to live to you don't want to live here. Regards, Robert and Kenny Hutchinson. We are absolutely shocked to receive this letter about the application for the Foothills Lions Club to propose a redesignation of subject land above to R3. As property owners of 70 Henderson Crescent Northwest, we would totally object to this proposal. We built our home in March 2022. One of the leading factors of purchasing this particular property was the scenic view from Dunham to Dunham Stables and the green spaces of the Lions Park. To my knowledge, once a service club like the Lions Club has a property like this, you're pretty safe to assume it benefits the community and what you do with it. Obviously, we were around mid-range. To this day, there's still a sign on the subject property that states future home of a Lions community project. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is originally the town of Turner Valley designated the subject land R1. They then gifted the subject property to Foothills Lions Club for the project, community project, soccer field, green space, dog park, etc. Now the club has applied for redesignation to R3 multifamily unit. This is totally unacceptable. If the original designation is R1, it should remain R1. Any future R3 development should be in new subdivisions like the proposed large development east of Diamond Valley, where it can be planned for the future, not suddenly changing the previous designated residential neighborhood property from R1 to R3, especially after all the adjacent properties have already been built around the property in question. In closing, our recommendation is that the Foothills Lions Club regift the subject property back to the city of Diamond Valley, as they never established a community project on the subject property. The city of Diamond Valley should then take over and establish a green space of sorts. Alan and Cynthia Thompson. Concerns. We, Greg and Tammy Watson, are opposed to the redesignation of land to residential multi-unit district. One, affecting property values. Two, town water. The town has been on water restrictions for a few years now. Southern Alberta has always been a drier area, and there has been no improvement to the town's water system to support this growth. Three, loss of valuable green space in our community and the beauty of our neighborhood, which also hurts the town of Diamond Valley. Four, town areas redesignated for apartment buildings and multi-unit development. There are condos on the east side of Diamond Valley across from Tim Hortons. There are multi-unit living on the south side of Diamond Valley by the hospital. Towns do not have condos, apartment buildings, or multi-unit living in every residential area. Five, traffic will be going up and taxes will go up with the new requirements when the town can't keep the current roads and property good condition. And we can't speak for everyone, but we chose Diamond Valley, Turner Valley, for the small town living experience where homes are not built on top of one another, and for the extra green space. Thank you for your time. Greg and Watson. And then last one, we are ready to express our strong opposition to the Foothills Lions Club application for land redesignation. As residents of Diamond Valley, we have significant concerns regarding the potential impacts of this proposed change. The natural beauty and environment integrity of Diamond Valley are among the primary reasons many of us have chosen to live in this area. Proposed redesignation threatens to disrupt this balance, leading to potential adverse consequences such as property value. Potential development and associated negative impacts will most likely lead to a decline in the value of our property. Homeowners have invested in this community, expecting it to maintain its charm and desirability. Significant changes in land use could undermine our property values. Number two, lack of detail. The application lacks sufficient detail to fully assess the implications of proposed redesignation. It is difficult to support a proposal that does not provide clear and comprehensive information on how it will address adjacent property values, environmental, economic, infrastructure concerns. Transparency and thorough planning are essential for any significant changes to our community. Environmental thank you. The proposed redesignation could lead to development that negatively impacts local wildlife and green spaces, exacerbating the strain on our already limited water sources due to the ever-increasing drought conditions. For infrastructure strain, our community's infrastructure, including roads and public services, may not be equipped to handle the additional demands of further development. This could increase traffic on already busy highways and overburden public services. Short-term notice. The short-term notice provided for this redesignation application does not allow adequate time for residents to understand and fully respond to the potential impacts. Such significant decisions require more extensive consultation and consideration. We were away on holiday and just arrived back in town. Unfortunately, we have good neighbors who informed us of this application. Erroneous assumptions. The assumption that no reply means support is erroneous and unfair. Many residents may not have the time or resources to respond within the given time frame, and this should be construed as agreement within the application. Genuine community support can only be gauged through active engagement and feedback, not passive assumptions. We urge the Planning and Development Department to consider these long-term implications and prioritize preserving Diamond Valley's natural environment and residents' quality of life. Alternative development approaches can meet our community's needs without compromising the values that make Diamond Valley special. Thank you for your consideration, your comments and concerns regarding this application. Please do not hesitate to contact us with any questions or further information. Sincerely, Darren and Marguerite Watt. Oh, that was a mouthful. All right. Thank you for submitting all those. All right. So, have we received any email versions? Any other?
Nothing else, your worship.
Right, thank you. Okay. At this point of the hearing, I will call upon anyone wishing to speak on the proposed bylaw. Please note that each party wishing to speak will only have one opportunity to do so. So if you are speaking and have not already provided a written submission, so if you have not provided a written submission, please summarize your concerns. Council members may ask presenters questions for the purpose of clarity, but not debate the topic. Council will not debate the topic. The decision regarding whether to grant the bylaw further readings will be dealt with later in the agenda or at a subsequent meeting if necessary. So at this time, is there anyone in the audience who would wish to voice a yay or a nay concern, you can just sit right here in this middle seat, hit the little button like that, and state your name, and you can go for or against. That's what the public hearing is for. But if you haven't written a letter, you can come up. There you go, Jack, come on up. Lost your number, maybe. Lance? I'm gonna just hit that button. Perfect. There you go.
Hello. Okay. My name is Clifford John Goulis, but refer to me as Jack. Live at 527 Country Meadows Way. And if I go on, would somebody please give me a 1 minute notice before the 5 minutes is up? My wife and Carol moved here and we bought the property that boards directly on to the Lions Club property. So we have a beautiful backyard overlooking that. And when we moved here, we were also informed that it was an R1. And I'm fully behind anybody's prerogative to do what they want within reason with their property. And R1 was fine. The time frame of the notice, you've heard it before, and all the comments on the letters, I totally agree with. The time frame was very disturbing. We did not get letter notice, although it was tried. Our neighbor did, but again, it was like you're working on the 5 days. That's the minimum. And if we want transparency with the public and the people, we need more than the 5 days notice in order to prepare. Okay. And the other thing is that, and we've had discussions with the Lions Club and about what was going on with the area. The elderly residents, wonderful idea. The other ideas was a park of some sort. At no time was there any indication of an apartment building, which, as far as any of us around there, totally takes away from the area that we're living in, right? You heard it said, we moved here for the small town, not apartment buildings. I moved from the cities. I'm done to here with cities. So, you know, that's why we moved here. Let's kind of go on talking about the lack of transparency with the town on notice. We've already talked about that. The water issues, you know, it was mentioned before. I had a conversation with Barry. You had mentioned to me there was 10,000 capacity. What I thought I heard was 10,000 capacity, 10,000 people more capacity. Probably meant there was 10,000 capacity, which is what I ended up digging up. Now, that being said, I come from an electrical utility background. And if we told our customers that we'd give them power, but, you know, expect outages all the time, you know, because, you know, we don't have the capacity, it wouldn't go. We have had outages in our water system. So the 9,000 people, the 8,900 to 9,200 people that the water system supposedly supports, I'm not sure I would agree with the rationale if we are on restrictions already. Like, we've already had a couple of full restrictions, but we still can't water our lawns when we want to, you know. I'm not sure the mindset behind that. And so I'm probably not getting close to the 5 minutes, but I'm going to wind up. If in fact this does get passed, okay, which I would fully support not passing it. And I do support the Lions Club. They do a lot of wonderful things, but not in this case. The Kaiser lessons. All right, I was reading the Kaiser report and they talked about things that changed from the time they were approved. If in fact this does go to the R3, let's not allow it to change once it's been approved on the way it's going. And I'm not sure how that would go. You've got a hard job. Any questions?
Council? No? Barry? Thank you. All right. Anyone else for or against? Jody, come on down. All right.
My name's Jody Cross. My name's Jody Cross. I live at 525 Country Meadows Way. I am Jack's immediate neighbor. Jack of all trades. We love Jack. Mayor Crane, council and staff, thank you for your time. I'd like to open by saying that the bylaw and land use agreements are not in my wheelhouse. I'm an artist. But in the last little bit, my husband and I have been trying to learn more about this situation. And we've reached out to family and friends who provided some really good perspective and content in similar language on how this all works. Although I'm still not 100%, I do understand the process a little more clearly, and that helps. Honestly, it's very complex change in a complex area for someone that doesn't work in this space. Even finding the associated Dunham area structural plan and then cross-referencing that with a whole bunch of numbered bylaws, and then trying to find out what R3 meant. Then checking that all against a range of new agenda documents with codes, maps in a short period of time is tough for someone who isn't in that work area. Here's some feedback about myself. I was a single mom for many years, and I worked very hard to put a roof over my son's head and food on the table. And at times I worked 5 jobs to do that. I saved money and bought a home in the suburbs of Calgary and raised my sons. The reason I'm telling you that is because I understand and I appreciate the fact that everyone needs a house. Everybody needs a roof over their head. They all deserve that. And I do support that decision. In 2020, James, my husband, who's away working on his birthday, happy birthday, James. James and I were able to buy our forever home here in Diamond Valley. And we chose this place because it's out of Calgary and away from high density living. There are compromises that come with living further away from a big center, but we accepted the trade-offs for the nature and the benefits Diamond Valley has for us. We moved to Diamond Valley out of Calgary for a quiet community described as a change in lifestyle. And we love it here. And we love this area, as do our neighbors. I also want to say that we appreciate that no specific development has yet been proposed. So with that being said, we, like any of you at the table, are concerned with the impact the zoning change would have on our home and, more importantly, our community. It's a little scary. And for people who haven't dug up all the full agenda package and all the attachments, I think it's a real eye-opening. It's really eye-opening to look at the zoning map, which shows the full size of the parcel under consideration. You can fit 30 of my homes in that space just being discussed. As a matter of fact, you could probably fit the whole neighborhood in there. And if that parcel right next to Dunham Lane were to have a very large apartment building on it, let's say 10 stories, or 10 meters, that's a very large change with impacts that we really want to understand. I want to state that we are not and were never against the area being developed as it currently stands for R1, single use residential. But R3 is a little scary. And we're a little anxious. I think it's probably normal and healthy to be a little anxious. We've all seen these stories. We all have these fears. I would like to add that there may be some administration confusion mentioned in the agenda documents over the historical zoning of these parcels. Our advice has been that it was clearly communicated as R1 to the public in a legal and transparent way. And council should consider this change like any other rezoning amendment that comes before them. There are avenues to resolve such disputes if people want to travel that road. But if they don't, then it cannot be used as justification for rezoning. Doing that would be grossly unfair to the community. In a current R1, if you as individuals want to, on its merits, as community members, proactively change this to R3 and allow a large apartment complex, then you must do so based on evidence available and guidance from your planners and plans and the impacts you see this potentially having on the community now. To close, I understand now, after speaking with family and someone that works in this space, that this is probably just one step to a larger development engagement chain. I know we can't ask questions tonight, but if you could answer something for me later during your discussion as to what would be the next steps for, say, the apartment complex, and that input would, and what input would residents have if it was rezoned to R3. And that would alleviate a lot of concerns. We would ask that if a large development were to be considered, the impacts are defined and communicated well ahead of time in a meaningful way. From road use and street signs for young children to pre-population access for parks, water, and sewer capacity, as well as public transportation, parking, and policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? Go ahead. Down.
You know my name?
Don't. I know, I was like, dang, this is last one. That's all right. I'll remember it after tonight. All right, just hit the little button and away you go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carol McEwen. I live at 527 Country Meadows Way. Jack is, he's my Jack. And you've heard many things. You've heard many things today. The first thing that I wanted to comment on really is the transparency. And Jody said it very well. A lot of the angst and the concern with the community is lack of understanding for what is actually going to happen there. We've been able to go back and find information that show that in the spring of 2019, there were meetings with West Winds communities looking at that property to develop it. Within those meeting minutes, it talks about that area being zoned R1. That was in 2019. In the Dunham Area Structure Plan, in Figure 7, the development concept, it also shows that parcel of land being low density zone 1 or R1. So how long has this actually been a clerical error? All of the development, we call them the big pictures, the site plans that have gone up over the years, the ones that all of us looked at before we bought, sorry, all showed it as zone R1. So if this has been known since 2021 or before then, where was the notice to the community that this could be an error? Why were those development plans, the ones publicly available, not ever updated to show what should have been or what is being described as a clerical error? The information that I've been able to find shows that it's been known or assumed maybe by the West Winds and the people that were in that conversation that that was already zone 1 or R1. The concern that I have is around the lack of transparency and what feels like the secretive nature of all of these conversations. I understand that many of the people in our community are new. That whole row, our whole Country Meadows Way, the majority of the people that live there now are new in the last several years. We wouldn't have known any of the historical activities and things that had gone on. We would only know by what we see and what we have access to by our council and made available as public transparency. R1. As a final comment, we have the minimum requirement of 5 days. We are the property with the shared fence line, and to date, we have never been notified, other than luck of the draw, seeing it in the paper and one of our neighbors happening to get a notification. We have never been notified that there is any request to change or have any consideration made to that property. We found out only by conversation and communication with our neighbors and happened to see it in the newspaper the day before we left to go on a few days away. So thank you very much for your time. I'm wondering if anyone has any questions.
Clarity, questions? Okay.
Just for our administration, was there not any letters that were mailed out to the residents, Terry? And what area did you cover?
Through the chair, Country Meadows Way, Edward Close, Archibald Way, Anderson Crescent.
That's a fair area.
And as recent, sorry to interrupt.
So I'm really quite surprised to hear residents saying they didn't receive anything. Did some letters come back, Carrie?
I'm unfamiliar. I don't really deal with that in my day-to-day.
Okay.
And as recently as this afternoon, when we returned, I went and checked the mail to see if something had come late. And as recently as this afternoon, we still have not received any notification of these requests by the. Any other questions?
Seeing none. Brendan? All good? We sometimes forget that Brendan's here.
1 a.m. or 8.
There's nothing.
I'm here. I'm here. I appreciate all of the feedback.
Thanks, bud. No, thank you for your concerns.
Thank you very much
No,
for your time.
Thank you. Right. Anyone else for or against? There you go, sir.
Hi, my name is Corey Geddington, and Teresa and I live at 537 Country Meadows Way. We bought our home there a few years ago under the same understanding that that green space was still in R1. And we feel that if it's still with R3 and there's apartment buildings there, that our quality of life it'll be definitely detrimental to our quality of life. Yeah, and you know, our home price will go down, and it's a good idea. We moved from a smaller town than Diamond Valley, actually. I really like the view there and feel that if there's an apartment building built low income, that I don't know where these people are gonna work. And it's statistically proven that low income housing brings more crime to an area. I mean, we have a great, beautiful view of the Country Meadows, like the street suggests too. If you called it, I don't know, called it Country Meadows Way, but if you put an apartment building there, then I don't think you'd be able to call it that anymore. That would be pretty sad for us and our neighbors. Yeah. But I mean, I don't have anything written down here. I did get a letter the same day. The written statements were supposed to be in that day, the day that we got the letter. So I don't think it's enough notice either, personally, because, you know, I would like to formally written something up myself, but I didn't have time. Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable with how many people looking down at my house from an apartment building, from a low income apartment building. So that's all I have to say.
Appreciate you taking the time.
All right.
Perfect. Any questions? You good? Excellent. Thank you. Anyone else? For or against? There you go, sir.
Hi, my name is Darren Meagley. I live on 529 Tree Meadoway. I'm Jack's other neighbor. Didn't quite get up in time to complete the 3 in a row. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, just wanted to say thanks for taking the time to listen to our concerns and stuff. But yeah, this has been good and bringing some clarity to what's going on. I mean, not really in favor of low income housing or high density housing and apartment buildings doing in our backyard for a lot of the reasons that everyone else has expressed. I mean, we don't really want to change the feel of the neighborhood. It's what was really appealing when we bought our house there, and I think adding, what they say, 8 apartment buildings and or 8 duplexes in one apartment building, that's going to add like 100 people to that part of the town, and I mean that's going to add a lot more traffic, a lot more noise. It's going to affect all of our views, nice landscape and stuff. I mean, you know, that's kind of selfish, and you know things have to go on and have to change. The town has to grow and expand and all that. But I mean, definitely not something I'm looking forward to. And the prospect of going through probably what, 1.5 to 2 years of construction, basically our backyard, is also not super appealing. Yeah, like everyone else was saying, the strain on the roads and water supply, negative impact on the local wildlife might keep the deer down, which might actually be kind of nice. But that might be about the only positive. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see the town kind of pursue more sustainable growth pattern in this area, not kind of chase maximal population growth with high density housing and stuff. And yeah, like I don't want apartment building like those ones across from Tim Hortons and Lifetime in our backyard would not be ideal in my opinion. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. So yeah, thanks for taking the time, and yeah, does anyone have any questions?
Heather.
You know, a question, how do you feel about affordable housing versus low income? I get the apartment thing, but you know, like, I'm a senior.
Yeah.
Those are seniors units that go in there.
Yeah, fair enough. I
I'd
mean,
love to be there, and I hate the idea.
Debating, so just.
That's the question though, how do you feel about low income versus affordable?
sorry, yeah, I mean, affordable, I mean, I think the duplexes would be considered affordable housing, and I mean, not thrilled with that, but that's the way, you know, the developer wants to go in that area. That I don't have a problem with, like, too much. I mean, not ideal, not exactly what I want, but I'm not super against that. I just, yeah, I'd really not like to see a apartment building crammed in there along with, I don't know if it's 8 units of duplexes, like, so 16 units, or if it's 8 units for duplexes. I don't know if we can be at this point, but.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Together. Thank you. All right. I don't even get a chance to ask. Come on up.
I'm trying to be quick.
There you go. That's it. Go ahead, yeah. Just hit.
Push the button.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, my name's Brett. We're on 607 Country Meadows Close. St. Street Berry was on for a little bit. My wife and I live there with our little 1-year-old daughter. I was just told about this yesterday, so I didn't know any of this was gonna happen. I guess we weren't part of the letters or whatever, but definitely it still affects us. So I'm here. I've never even been to one of these things, and everyone in here knows a lot more than I do about all the zoning and everything going on. But yeah, we moved from a similar sized town in Manitoba to this town. Really love that small town feel. So I would second kind of everything everyone's saying. We got a nice block party on our street. Bought a projector from Barry there that works great. And yeah, so that feel, we really love. So I kind of second what Dara was saying there with the affordable housing, or, duplexes wouldn't be the worst, I guess, but like apartments, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I just don't want all that riffraff. It would just suck, and we got a little 1-year-old girl, she's at daycare. That daycare's swamped. Like, they're all swamped. There's a 3-year waiting list. I'm assuming low income brings a lot of little kids along. So that would really suck. And then when like colds and stuff goes through those daycares, it's just a nightmare. So it feels kind of like you're putting the cart before the horse here, just slapping up, if that is the plan, to throw up apartments. For all the reasons you guys heard, like water, traffic, and just everything. Like, I think we got a bit of work to do where we can handle a whole lot more. But yeah, just wanted to make voice heard, and that's all.
You, any questions? All right, here and clear. Good to hear that projector's still working. Fine. All right. For or against, the microphone is right there. It's already turned on. Just sit down, state your name. There you go. We'll get through everyone in this room. There, a little nervousness will get out and everyone's happy to go.
Hi, my name is Tammy Watson. We already put in the letter, but I would just still like to put across my thoughts. I'm from 531 Country Meadows Way. We also came into town thinking that this was the most beautiful town we'd ever lived in. We're from a small town, Saskatchewan. And to lose our green space behind us crushes us. Because to watch, I'm gonna cry. To watch all the young families in behind us utilizing that space. When the Lions have a community project, you're thinking, oh my goodness, like this is gonna be wonderful growth for our young families. Soccer fields, park runs, anything. But for now, if you take away that space, our young families have to get in vehicles and drive somewhere else now to go and play, because there's no more open green space that is that big in our town, in our area. So it would be shameful to go outside. We all have walkouts on our block that back onto that lot. To sit in my back lot and watch people driving in and out now instead of kids playing, it crushed me. We have so much area between the two towns now that you can develop on. Why pick that little tiny green space for apartment buildings of all things on the edge of the town? Makes no sense to us. So I don't know, we don't have sidewalks to utilize right now anyway. Now you're gonna have all these people in. Where are these people gonna walk? They're gonna be walking on our back alleys. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to us to have that taken away from us. So I don't know. I like my small town feel and I would hate to lose it. So thank you. And just going forward by the letter too.
Thank you. For or against? Absent.
Also.
Oh, we're done. My name's Teresa Adams. I live at 537 Country Meadows Way. You already got a letter from me. I'm definitely 100% opposed to any type of apartment style building. I grew up in Calgary in a very highly congested area. We did move to, as my partner, Corey said, we lived in a small town, Pincher Creek for a while. Absolutely fell in love with small towns. So when we moved from Pincher Creek, we looked for another small, beautiful place to live. And we knew when we bought a house, as everyone here is well aware of, that it was R1 zoning. We're totally okay having more houses built behind us, keeping the neighborhood similar, not overcrowded. But to have apartment buildings and duplexes and having 100+ people living behind me, absolutely not. It brings chaos, even though I love seniors, don't get me wrong. I was a caregiver for a very, very dear senior friend of mine for 6 years, and I do truly love seniors, and I do believe in affordable housing. But to cram them in there, my question is, who's profiting off of all this? It seems like nowadays they want to take people and just cram them in, cram them in, cram them in. Don't give crap about anyone around them and make money off of it, because they're not considering the community that is already existing. Whether it's a clerical error or not, I don't know. I believe in the transparency that everyone else is stating here today. Also the traffic it brings, everything else. It's not acceptable. The short notice we got is not acceptable. And just a general, I am totally in favor, if you want to build a community hall, where that it's actually meant for the community, build a community hall. But putting in apartment buildings and duplexes for other people, it's not a community project. That's like just to put houses to profit, right? I'm making money off those houses. I'm getting money from those affordable, low-income people that can't afford anything else. It's not about what's benefiting the community around everybody, right? So that's my extra opinion on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, if you've already had a letter written, you don't need to sit down.
No, I do need to sit down. I did write a letter. My name is Darren. I'm at 533, but I'm actually phoning in regards to my realtor, Nick Wood, and also represented Kathy at 541. He finally got a hold of Kathy today. She's out at the lake. She's been at the lake for 3 weeks now. She has not had a chance to even look at this. So she has no chance to respond. So that's one part I want to bring up. Second part is, I'm all for it. I don't care if you're low income, high income, doesn't matter. I bought my house with R1 behind me. So that's what I expect you guys uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we gone through the whole room? I think we have. Anyone for? You'll have a chance again, so you don't need to. All right, excellent. I will now ask administration, is there anyone who actually registered to speak who hasn't appeared?
No, your worship.
Right, thank you. I will now ask administration to verify that no further written submissions have been received. And
that's correct, your worship.
Excellent. Have all speakers been heard? Anyone wishing to speak? This will be the last opportunity to do so. Seeing none. I will ask again, does any person who has previously spoken wish to address any new information provided at this hearing? Council may ask questions following any speaker. You gotta remember, we're gonna do this exact same thing in the next one. Applicant, closing remarks, please. Sit at the center, hit your button. And you may address any comments that you have heard or concerns that you have heard in your closing submission.
I'm not really sure how to respond. I guess I'd like to thank everybody for writing their letters and for filing your complaints. And I kind of understand where you're coming from, and yet from our point of view, it was R3. And I believe those houses were built when it was R3. Now they may have been subsequently sold since then. I don't know that, and I'm not sure how it went from R3 to R1, but we're here. While I understand the concerns, I don't believe this is going to be a low cost housing, you know, slum. I don't think we're gonna be slum landlords, or I won't expect that. I think it's gonna be a good quality development. Everything I've seen, and it has to be approved, of course, by town. I think it's got potential to be a really good place. And in fact, my wife and I are seniors and we have a house, and someday we may not want to look after that yard of ours. And we also have a walkout basement with the beautiful view that's being developed behind us right now, as a matter of fact, and that's just the way life is. And we love the small town. That's why we live here, not Calgary or not Okotoks. But at the end of the day, I thought it'd be a place that I could live in, you know, because it looks like it's gonna be a nice place. So I don't know what more I can say, you know, and you know, when we came with good intentions, because as I say, when we got this land, it was R3. It's always been our plan to develop it for senior housing and hopefully getting some kind of community center. Will it increase traffic? Sure. Will Dunham Lake be improved? I would hope so, because it does need improvement. I think we all know that, but it's not top priority just yet. So I think that's all I need to say. That's been said, I believe.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for your time.
I've got questions for Mr.
Oh, sure, okay. Questions, be sure we don't debate.
Seems to be a misconception that the town once owned that land. Could you explain how Foothills Lions Club came to own that land?
Sure, I'd be glad to, Mr. Thompson. That land was gifted to us, okay, by a developer that developed some of the other land in the area. And it was a small piece of property. He didn't really think he wanted to develop. So he thought he'd just walk away from it. So he said, I think Mayor Crane might know best because he was a Lions member at the time, and still is actually. But anyway, I think the communication had been that the town could have possibly got that land, but they didn't really act on it. So then we said as the Foothills Lions Club, we'll take that land. And we had a chance to sell it a few times. We could have done that, you know, but we kind of always had hopes and dreams of having a nice piece of property developed. And not, you know, if you look at this beautiful green space, that didn't just happen by accident. Those of you that were on Foothills Lions Club realize that at one time that was just grass and it was awful tough. We added probably 4 or 5 feet of fill. We put topsoil on top. You know, it's a beautiful space because we care about our neighbors. So I'll leave it at that. So it's gifted to us, and we've kept it with the intentions of developing into some kind of seniors complex community center. That is our goal. And there will be a green space at the corner.
Jonathan Gordon has a.
It's not a question for you, Mr. Rob, if he's done. It's for administration.
Yes, please.
All right, so because Mr. Rob indicated that Mayor Crane is a member of the Lions, I feel it's important that we dispel rumors regarding conflict of interest. So I would turn this over to our CAO to reference the information according to the Municipal Government Act.
That's a good one, actually, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, your worship. Let's read it out. It's very clear. Section 170 of the Municipal Government Act clearly removes pecuniary interest from a councillor who's also a member of an affected service club, so Lions Club. So the public hearing matter is not a pecuniary interest concern for any of our councillors. So I suggest all members of council are required to vote on this matter. Thanks.
Well, that was pretty. I can say something about money interests at least, but no. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go layman's terms, okay? If I was making money off of this, then I'm in a conflict of interest. My vote does not make money for anybody. It doesn't make money for me, especially in my pockets. So my voting on something like this as a counselor and as a Lions Club member has no conflict of interest. If I were to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna make 20 grand by changing this land designation, okay, you got a problem. I'm not. That's what that basically in layman's terms means, right? So, just so we're clear. Okay, back to my document here. Okay, so applicant, you're done. Administration, does administration carry do you have any closing remarks that you would like to answer in regards to any of the questions or concerns that you heard throughout the hearing?
Through your worship, if it's okay with you, I think that maybe those questions would be better to be dealt with at second reading, and you can just ask me as a panel what you need clarification on.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All right, is council satisfied that they have obtained sufficient information from this public hearing? Good, all right. I would like to thank all those who spoke. Thank you, Brendan, and provide submissions for the comments. Council will take your comments into consideration when deciding on this matter further in the agenda. That said, I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-73 closed at 7:21 p.m. Right, and now we're going to have another public hearing. And we're going to go through the exact same process. Just like we get the paperwork in place here. That's interesting. That's interesting. But there was this one. So this is all right. Person's clear. This next one will be our houses. Okay, here we go. Hereby declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-74 to amend bylaw 21-1114 Turner Valley opened at 7:22. Mr. Davey, can you please confirm whether this public hearing has been advertised and notice given in accordance with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, please?
Confirm, your worship.
Thank you, Ms. Florzone. Could you please take center stage and present your staff report and explain the purpose of the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was a typo in the agenda. It is bylaw 2024-74. The bylaw is correct to amend bylaw 08966, the Dunham Area Structure Plan.
Okay, hold on. I did not read it that way. I read to amend bylaw 21-1114. Okay, so I just want to reiterate that. So give me that number again.
08.
And this is area structure plan
08966.
That's it.
So the amendment would be to resolve the conflicts that were brought up by one of the members of the public who astutely brought to the attention of possibly the rest of the gallery that the subject parcel under the area structure plan is needing to be changed in the area structure plan to accommodate the bylaw that we just heard, as well as another parcel at 415 Royal Ave, again, to accommodate a change in direction for future development. Planning has no concerns on either of those changes at this time. Again, as it was said, things change as the community develops. They are both still in alignment with the municipal development plan, which under the housing states that the provision of housing for all income groups, the creation of attractive housing developments, and the orderly development of residential land is the prime objective. An area structure plan must fall in line with the municipal development plan, and we believe that these changes meet the further objectives of the municipal development plan.
Berna, are we on the level with how I presented it?
You're fine. It's a typographical error in the title. The bylaw is correct, which is
Okay.
really what's important.
So we'll make sure that first before we go any further. Okay, so it's the Dunham Area Structure Plan 08966, which is on page 2 or 80 of 233. It's actually mentioned right there. So, or 81, sorry. Okay. All right. Any questions for Ms. Flores? So this is just going into alignment. Okay. Okay, here we go again. Applicant. The applicant is present, and I assume that is right? So we don't need the applicant. Council may ask questions. Mr. Davy, has the town received any written submissions not included in your staff report? If so, I would ask that you read those aloud and enter them into the record.
Good night, your worship.
You. At this point in the hearing, I will call upon anyone wishing to speak on the proposed bylaw. Please note that each party wishing to speak will have one opportunity to do so. If you are speaking and have already provided a written submission, please summarize your concerns. Council members may ask presenters questions for the purpose of clarity of the speaker's comments. Council will not debate this matter during the hearing or the decision, and the decision regarding whether to grant the bylaw further range will be dealt with later in the agenda and subsequent meeting if required. At this time, I'd ask administration if anyone has registered to speak on behalf of the body.
They have not, your worship.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask if anyone present who has not yet spoken, so again, bear with me, would like to speak on the bylaw, please confirm, or please come forward, state your name for the record. Get there. There's something missing. No, there's not. Okay, this is the opportunity. Anyone wishing to speak for or against the bylaw, now is your opportunity to do so. We've heard all the same exact comments. It's basically a duplication, just a changing, but by all means, absolutely. Yep, it's just same process.
This is Carol again,
Carol.
27 Country Meadows Way. Curious why this is a separate topic when it seems to be the exact same topic we just talked about, but a different document. I have concern that it is being proposed as just an update to the Dunham Lane, or the Dunham area structure plan here, where it's really looking to have a rezone from low density to medium density. All of my previous concerns are intact, and I would save everybody the time and effort of me going over what everybody has already talked about before. So this sounds to be exactly the same, just a development, and not sure why it's being proposed as just an update to a reference when it's like legal expectation of structure plan.
Excellent. So Carrie is going to answer that, but not right now. I'll wait till we get to that point, but you're absolutely right. It's just one of those technical issues. That's all. It's just a technical. She'll answer.
Okay.
Wait, any questions for Carol? Very good. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? Exact same topic. Just a little bit of a glitch, which Carrie will explain. Okay, administration, can you verify that there were no further written submissions received?
Confirmed.
Right, does any person in the audience wish to speak for or against this bylaw amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, my name's Teresa Adams at 537 Country Meadows Way. This is the exact same thing we previously talked about. I did forget to mention something. Even a little, affordable seniors housing. Seniors do need a lot of medical care. I can't even get a doctor in this town. So that definitely would be a concern to be bringing in extra senior population because they do go to the doctors frequently, as I did take my senior to the doctor frequently. So that is definitely a concern that the town is going to be considering bringing in more medical doctors to be able to handle more dense senior population if they're going to be bringing that in. Thanks, and I'm still totally opposed.
Thank you. All right, last call for or against. Go, Jody.
Hi again. Hello, my name is Jody Crouse. I live at 525 Country Meadows Way. I am Jack's neighbor. Just to make light. I'm opposed to this. I do want to state that my mom lived in Rising Sun for 3.5 years and just passed away on Victoria Day. Recruit. My mom was in a wheelchair. There's no weird wheelchair curbs in Black Diamond that would accommodate her wheelchair. So if we bring more seniors in wheelchairs, eventually we may all end up in a wheelchair. There's a lot of work to do. And my taxes are already through the roof. We pay $100 less in taxes than we did in Calgary. So we may have to sell because we will not be able to put food on our table and keep the roof over our head. And I can tell you that if a 4 or 5 story apartment goes at the northeast end of lot 305, they will be able to look directly into my bedroom. I am a survivor of sexual abuse. That will trigger my PTSD through the roof. I am not going to have my home become my prison. I'm opposed.
Thank you. Any further for or against? Does the applicant wish to have any closing remarks? Carrie?
I believe that.
Can you please provide closing remarks and responses to any questions or concerns that you heard throughout the hearing? Thank you.
Most certainly, through the chair, if I may informally address the gallery also as part of this commentary. So the reason that there are 2 bylaws, the way that planning is structured in Alberta, we have the Municipal Government Act, which is the legislation that gives municipalities their authority. And then under that is Part 17, which deals with planning. Part 17 requires a municipality to have certain things like a municipal development plan, which guides the general growth and development of the entire community. The municipal development plan for the town of Diamond Valley is currently out for proposals for a consultant. So I am so enthusiastic that there are so many engaged people that are going to come out and give us input on our new municipal development plan. Under the municipal development plan, so we're currently operating under Turner Valley and Black Diamond, which was allowed as part of the amalgamation. Under the municipal development plan, we're also required to have a land use bylaw. So the area structure plan, the Dunham area structure plan, which is the subject of this public hearing, must fall under and conform to the municipal development plan. Once the area structure plan is adopted, like all living documents, it can be amended, which is why we're here today. The previous hearing that we had is for a land use bylaw amendment. So when we're looking at a land use bylaw, and somebody, again, credit where credit's due, I 100% agree it should be evaluated on the face and on the merits of the application. So when we look at the application for the land use bylaw amendment, we're looking at, again, conformance with the statutory plans, which are the legal direction that's been provided by council to administration. So in order for my department to support an R1 to R3, we need to have the statutory document in alignment. We do not need a municipal development plan amendment at this point because this change would align with the overarching themes and goals of the municipal development plan.
Thank you. Anything else to add or no, Sue? No, we're past it. We're past that. Council, are you satisfied you have obtained sufficient information from this public hearing?
Aye.
Thank you, Brendan.
All right, I would like to thank all those who spoke or provided submissions for their comments. Council will take all your comments into consideration when deciding on this matter further in the agenda. That said, I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2024-74 closed at 7:36. Right, thank you. Okay, 8.4 bylaw 2024-75 application to amend land use bylaw 2021-06. Am I? Oh my goodness, no, sorry. I jumped a little further ahead there. Fire department presentation is already done. 7.2 West End Regional Services Commission. You thought I was gonna forget you, Joe. No, I didn't. I was just getting ahead there. Thank you everyone for coming. 7.2 West End Regional Sewage Services Commission update on lagoon upgrade. Jill Hardy, come on down from MPE, Secretary Vernon Staples, and Treasurer Lisa Zier. We also have an attendance, Commissioner Director attendee. But you just stay back there, Ted. All right, okay, Jill, and council. We've asked, West End has asked Jill to come and present to council because we know that the sewage upgrade has been greatly talked about. Of course, it's well underway. So we wanted her to give you a presentation so you can get all the relevant information. We can get the conversation out to the public on what is actually going on down by the dog park and all the trucks that are going in past Timmy's and not stopping for a double. So yeah, it's going great, but I'm gonna let Jill tell you all of it. Okay, Jill, it's all yours.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Thank you, everyone, for having me tonight. Thanks for inviting me to present of the big project that's going on right now. So I guess we'll jump right into it, but basically what we're going to talk about is a little bit about wastewater collection system in general. About the existing lagoon, some of the background of the lagoon itself, and basically get into why the lagoon is being operated. New effluent requirements, what those trigger as far as upgrades, and then I'll pass it over to Lisa or Bernadette. Sure. And they'll talk a little bit more about this establishment of the commission eventually here.
Up and do it.
So, okay, I'm trying to remember about here, but too close. So these screenshots that are up here come from the town's GIS system, and the.
Could be too far away.
Am I too far away?
Could be your laser.
How's laser?
No. We can hear you without it.
Okay. I'll try and talk loud.
We just turn it off. There you go.
Okay. So as I mentioned, these are screenshots of the town's GIS system, and wanted to give a bit of a context of the size of the wastewater system in town in general and how it feeds into West End. So for the town on this slide here, all the little yellow dots, yellow orangey dots, and the connecting lines, that's all the town's wastewater pipelines, manholes, basically the collection system that goes into the West End system. So between the two sides of the town, there are a total of 7 lift stations. So different parts of town where sewage is pumped, basically to get over to the lagoon. And then there's approximately 41 kilometers of pipe in town, water pipe, and collects all the sewage and wastewater and transports it over to the West End system. So on the west side of town, there's this little blue dot here, which we call the main lift station. And all the sewage from the west side of town gets sent over to this little lift station here. Where the west end lift station pumps it across the river through Maine. All the way through Diamond Valley here. Up to the lagoon site. So there's about 9 kilometers of pipe that was sent. Looks after 2 lift stations and the lagoon. So quite a bit of infrastructure that ends up getting taken over there. Oh. So, the site of the lagoon is where the original Black Diamond sewage system was initially. In the 1990s, early 90s, the system was upgraded, which I'll talk a little bit more in the next slide. But in the 90s, the commission was formed and Turner Valley came onto the system as well. So that's when the stations were constructed and pumped over to Black Diamonds. So the system as it is right now is 30 years old. So it's due for a little bit of an upgrade here. But in the early 2010s, the commission board at the time had commissioned a study to assess the aging system and look at potential upgrades that would be required for Alberta environment. And then in 2016, the wastewater approval for the lagoon system was renewed. It gets renewed every 10 years through Alberta Environment. And at that point, Alberta Environment added more stringent effluent requirements to release into the Sheep River. And those are to come into that for the system that's updated. Moving on a little bit here. So as the lagoon stands right now, sewage comes in from the south side through a series of pipes that we talked about into these first 2 cells, which are kind of equalization cells, see overflow cells. And from there, we have a lift station, which is called the transfer lift station. And we pump it from here up the hill to the cells that are up the top of the hill behind the Corona and that. See cells. So once you get to the top of the hill, it goes into the small cell 2, which is called the complete mixed cell. And then the flow gets split between cells 3A and 3B, which are partial mixed cells. And those cells are all aerated lagoons. So basically, air oxygen is pumped into those systems to help them treat it. From there, it exits, goes down the hill to cell 4, which I notice there's an error on here. It's actually a polishing cell. So basically, the sewage after it's aerated, it's retained there for a period of time, just finish the settling, and eventually it overflows at the back end, looks like a river. So that's the system currently. So I have here that there's 2 primary objectives, but there's really 3. The first here is to basically operate the system to meet new demands. Obviously, it's a growing community, and the new system has been designed to approximately 10,000 people. The second objective is to meet the new Alberta environment requirements, which I'll go into a bit more detail in the next slide. But that's a big driving factor in the processes that are being added to this system. And then the third one is basically to upgrade some of the aging infrastructure. As I mentioned, it's about 30 years old. There's been more efficient technologies and that kind of thing that have come into play. Some things just need to be upgraded. So right now, the proposed upgrades are under construction. And the contractor started in early 2024. The second time around, and they're well on their way to getting those upgrades done with the hope of having things pretty much complete by the end of the year with some cleanup in the new year into the spring. So Alberta Environment has been quite focused on the health of the river and the environment. Probably heard things in the news, phosphorus, ammonia, nutrients, all that kind of stuff in the rivers. So with all that, they've really put a focus on some new parameters for lagoon systems, wastewater systems, and discharge and back system. So as the approval stands right now, the only requirement is to meet the CBOD limit of less than 25 milligrams per liter exiting the lagoon. That's really the only parameter that needs to be met at this point. With the approval renewal in 2016, basically the upgrades are going to trigger these future limits that are in this middle column. And then for information or comparison, I got there's a column here with the averages from 2023. So if we go through this for CBOD, which is the current requirement, it's less than 25 milligrams per liter currently. Future limit is 20. And then in 2023, the annual average was about 5.6 milligrams. So as the lagoon sits now, it actually does well in treating CBOD. These are kind of the averages through the months, so it does fluctuate through the year. Some months are better than others. It goes up to 17. So with that, it's getting closer to that 20. Total suspended solids, no limit currently. Future limit is less than 15 milligrams per liter. And in 2023, the annual average was about 7.5. Where it gets a little more interesting here is the ammonia nitrogen. Future limit is less than 6.4 milligrams per liter. 2023, the annual average is 34.5, which is significantly over our future limit. And similarly with phosphorus, so the future limit is less than 0.5 milligrams per liter, and the annual average in 2023 is 6.59. So those are two key components in the upgrades. The last two are polyform requirements. So these are, we treat for these in water treatment as well, your GRD and your crypto and that kind of thing. So future limits for total are less than 1,000, UFC for 100 milligram milliliters, and PFAS less than 2. So the annual averages tend to be less than that as well in 2023, but you can see again that there's spikes over that future requirements. So I think this paints a big picture on why the upgrades, the reason for the upgrades, right? So in order to make this happen, to meet these future effluent requirements, we're adding a few different processes to the system and upgrading some existing equipment. I'll just give the overview of the system here, and then we'll go into a little bit more detail on some of the technologies that are being used on the following slides. So similar to the system currently, comes in from the south, cell 1A, 1B, it's still going to be used as overflow emergency type storage. The lift station that's currently here, we will talk a bit more about that as well, but that's going to be upgraded to pump it up to this, up the hill again to the same cells that are up here. The configuration is going to change a little bit once you get to the top. So we'll start in cell 2. go through cell 3A, and then it's gonna continue in a longer loop through 3B and 3C. This will give it longer retention time through those cells instead of floating slits. It will follow a different path. And as we come out, where most of the new technology is going to be is in this area here. So cell 4A and 4B, which are SAGR cells, basically nitrogen cells. Following that, it will go into a brand new building, which will house phosphorus removal and a UV system for polymorphs. From there, we'll exit a new route out to the river, where it will be back in the river through a new outlet. So further upstream than it is right now.
That one was self-bought, purchased, they were both at that point.
I did miss that one. So this polishing cell right now is now going to be kind of an emergency cell, overflow cell. So if there isn't sufficient room here, then it will overflow to the cell 5. There's also a bypass that we can recirculate the flows back into the cells for additional storage. There's everything for that. You can release for whatever rates in your
Any questions for Jill? Let's start. Okay.
Okay, so getting into a little bit more detail on the actual detailed upgrades. One of the first components that's being worked on currently is replacing the existing aeration equipment in the symbols. It's close to 30 years old. There are pieces that don't work necessarily properly just due to age. And there's more efficient technology out there to get air into lagoons or just better ways that have been developed. So all the aeration that's in there currently, it has been pulled out of the one cell already, but it will be pulled out of the rest, and it will be replaced with these new fancy aerators that will kind of be suspended across, making it a little easier for maintenance for operators. They'll be able to get in and pull them out from the surface and check them regularly. So the main driver of these cells is to reduce BOD and TSS. So wastewater treatment for BOD is fairly straightforward in that you're trying to get rid of the organic matter. And all we're trying to do is promote the bacteria to come in and basically keep the bugs and do its thing. And it's a very natural process, right? We're not adding chemical or it's just air. So we're using that air, the bacteria likes the air, and it's that's the I'm trying to think of the right word here. Right. So it's breaking down the organics into other products. So carbon dioxide and back into water, and yeah, so it's quite interesting. I'm not a biologist, but it's interesting how it does that. So the more air we introduce, better the bugs like it, and use that oxygen to break it all down. By having a long retention time, it just gives the bugs time to do its thing, and the suspended solids to kind of settle out the lagoons. So by the time we get to the end of these cells, most of the BOD is already been taken out of the system by this point. Perhaps the slide should have been before that, but there will be a new transfer lift station basically being built. It's obviously in the process of being built currently. The old ones, there's a little tiny building back here, and everything's just crammed in there. It's hard for operators to get in, even to pull pumps. the technology, all the controls for the pumps are old. They're continuously having to upgrade them. It's just the life cycle of certain components here. So we have this new county building coming up. It's quite tall because we'll have a monorail system in there to make it easier for the operators to pull the pumps and do the maintenance. Right now, they in this tiny space and it's hard for them to do what they need to in there. So these two big pumps that are on site, 85 horsepower pumps. It's about 90 liters a second. Is anything to anyone, but yeah, no, they're pretty big pumps and it's like being built, and I know operators are too. With the aeration upgrades, there are two current blowers in the small block building, I guess, by the cells 2, 3, and 3D. And those are still in place and working. But as we get into the Sagar cells, the nitrification cells, we need to add more aeration. So this building is being expanded into new blowers, high efficiency blowers, and being added to the system. The next step after cells 3A, 3B, and 3C is these Sagar cells or nitrification cells, we call them, and basically the prime objective of these is to remove the ammonia nitrogen. So while there's certain bugs that like EOD, there's other ones that like the nutrients. And in this type of scenario, so it's basically a big box with a washed rock in it. You can see they're in the process of filling these now. But the rock acts as media for the bugs and the nitrification bacteria to grow on. So in there, they can thrive and they target those, the ammonia and the nutrients to break those down in this particular environment. So there's a series of aeration lines going through it. There's pipelines that run. So there's 5 kind of cells in each of these. So through here. And they get the water or the effluent gets pushed through the one side and it kind of makes its way down through to the middle to this lower tier. And then from here it exits into the new building here. But yeah, just a different kind of bug. And the bugs again are funny because they target the CBOD first, because that's, or the organic matter first. That's the easy one for them to go. So we need to get rid of a lot of CBOD first before the nitrification bacteria grow. So this is the next step after to try and promote the growth of this bacteria.
Giant fish tank clean.
So following the ammonia, nitrogen removal, we get into the building. And fortunately, I don't have any construction site photos yet. The foundation is still being built here, but it comes in to the side of the building where there's a series of tanks along the one wall. So it enters, this is kind of a blow up of the tanks, but it enters the first tank and we actually need to use chemicals. It's not a natural process to remove that. So there's a chemical room with coagulant polymer to mix in there. And it basically attracts the phosphorus and solidifies it, which then will be taken out through this filter. So there'll be a filter that rotates and filtered out through that before it makes it through the system to the other side here, to the slum channel. Then the last step in the process is basically to sterilize the crypto, the GRD and stuff, so what they can produce out in the river and things. So there's this long channel here after the tanks, and there's light racks of UV bulbs that get inserted into the long channel there. So it just flows through there, and as it passes through the light sterilizes bugs. And yeah, that's basically the end of the process. So very end, there's a sampling point, so operators will take samples and everything's good coming out that way. From there, it goes down the hill and then to the river.
Okay.
That is commercial treatment process. Are there any questions there before I pass it on to Seth?
Lisa, no, some questions. No, thank you, Jill. That was actually very good. Hazel, you have a question for Jill?
Do the bugs just come by naturally? Or do you have to somehow entice them? How foolish that sounds.
No, it's a good question. It is, there's bugs and everything, right? And all our wastewater naturally. But we're trying to promote certain types of bugs. So if we add a lot of oxygen and that kind of thing, it promotes certain types of bacteria that like deep organics. If you take all that if you take all the like oxygen out, you end up with an anaerobic system, which promotes different bugs to grow and develop. So different types of bugs like different types of environments, I guess. So they're all natural, but they promote them or build them up in different ways. If that makes sense.
It's quite interesting. Very much, Jill. Good presentation.
Yes, will we go on to the members? Okay, excellent, thank you. All right, Lisa.
Here are the numbers for the lagoon upgrade project. Our projected cost as of now is $20.4 million. So I broke it down here. We do have a grant that is $12,715,422. There was offsite levies from both former towns. West End had reserves that we have moved into this project. There was the municipal contribution from the grant, which brings our total revenues to 15.6 million. So that leaves us with a remaining amount. Currently, the commission has a $2.5 million debenture, and we will be applying for a second debenture at the end of this month. And I believe that we will be applying for a third debenture just because we have not quite figured out the exact amount and we don't want to over penalties for that. So this summarizes the lagoon finances. So any questions?
Or
Yeah, but these debentures, I assume because this is a commission and not part of the town, so to speak, we don't need a debenture bylaw pre-application?
That's correct. The commission is not required to have a borrowing bylaw.
Thank you, Lisa. How many years before the debenture will be paid on?
The debenture is a 25-year debenture. The current one we hold will be paid in full in March of 2049.
And so the treatment capacity is probably like 10,000.
Yeah, it was just over 10,000. Yeah, it was over 10,000.
In 21 years.
Possibly.
Yeah, yeah. And we, and so. Yeah, potentially.
Potentially.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Veronica, Deputy Mayor.
So reading ahead to the next slide, disestablishment, how do these debentures affect town absorbing commission?
So the amount of this debt will go on the town's books and count towards their overall debt limit. So it's gonna reduce the town's overall borrowing capacity by approximately $5 million. I'm hoping to keep it slightly under, but I would suggest it'll be around 5 million that will impact the town's debt limit.
Current debenture limit is 16 million.
18 million. 18 million.
18 million?
Yeah.
Minus this 5,
Yeah.
will leave us with 13.
Yeah.
Okay. Veronica, go ahead.
And then you mentioned the FGA, there doesn't have to be an agreement, because it is a commission, so how does it just sorts itself out naturally?
No, it does not, and I'm gonna let Verna answer that, she, as the ledge service manager, she has got that.
I think that was a great segue, Veronica. I like how you did that there. Berna, walk her through it.
So the commission has a bylaw that has to, in accordance with the MGA, talk about the requirements for disestablishment. So the bylaw sets out everything we're gonna do. We are currently working with legal to get some advice to make sure that we're making all of these transfers appropriately. We're gonna set up a working group between commission staff who are also town staff and the rest of the town staff who are gonna have to play in that sandbox with us. And we'll put a plan together and bring that to council. You'll need to be aware of some of the things that have to go on. One of the things we are looking at is a little bit of a gray area is how the town is going to legally absorb that debt. So we're getting advice on that and bringing all that forward to council. We are required to disestablish by the end of this year because a commission is supposed to have more than one member, and since we amalgamated, we only have one member. So we're working on trying to get all of that done in time for that, or in time to request a short extension to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Gordon.
You know, this is, for those sitting on the commission, and maybe Mayor Crane, you could answer this. There was some conversation with our MLA to see if we could somehow get more money to the grant, especially with the challenges that we face with the challenges with an Alberta environment to give us approvals and the delays and the cost overruns due to those delays. So I'm waiting.
It was denied.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we did formally officially hear that the second grant application was turned down.
That was gonna be for approximately 1.2 million. And
anything,
nothing. So, Ted, comment? Ted's on the commission, that's what I'm gonna let him speak.
I happened to wander into the MLA's office last week to talk to Wanda, and I mentioned that we had not been approved for the funding. And she expressed a great deal of surprise and immediately started scribbling something down, so.
Go Ted.
Hopefully RJ will find out about it and we'll see.
He'll be there again tomorrow, right, Ted?
That's the squeaky wheel against squeaky.
You got it.
The Councilor Holiday.
I don't know if you know this offhand, but generally, what does this mean for the average household? The cost wise of this loan, you know, in terms of tax, have you calculated? Ever had the chance to know, because I know we absorbed some of it expecting it. And that was, I think, about a year ago, we increased our budget in anticipation.
You're referring to the debenture?
Yeah, just the cost of this project, what it means to the average taxpayer, you know.
Yeah, I can't actually answer that. So the numbers that I've estimated on the 5 million are built into the commission's budget, the 2024 budget, because I had to be able to cover that cost if and when the loan payments were due. So it's already being billed to the taxpayers. It is in the 2024 commission budget, which is in turn paid by requisition from the town. So that number will not change next year because I built it for 5 million. And the interest rates are pretty close. So it's currently in your budget. in the town's budget.
Yes, yeah, I knew it was already in the budget, but do you remember when we talked about it, how much it affected the average person's bills
So that would,
per month?
I don't, I was just gonna say, so that's what we're gonna see when you might this year. How it's gonna impact the utilities.
Okay, so further agenda, we'll have that one. All right, any further questions on this establishment, budget numbers? I will say, we had Jill come on a year and a half ago, I think, Jill, give or take. And, she's done outstanding work for us with MP Engineering, and, I think that those guys are just doing a fantastic job over there. Not a peep out of them. They're just working away. There's trucks moving. There's guys in every day. I see them working just flat out and no complaints. So that's good project management. So really appreciate that on behalf of the town. So job. Brendan, go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, sir. Been quiet over here for a little bit. I did want to just thank Lisa and the team for the work that they've put in. A lot of crunching numbers, a lot of admin time here, and great detailed report, Lisa. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, keeping us up to date. Hats off. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, with that, we're gonna let you guys go because we got a lot of agenda left. So thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any motions arising from our delegation? We do not. Oh no, we got lots more agenda left. Good.
I thought you said you're.
Larry's like, my compression socks are actually getting weaker. I have to go home. Okay. You wanna have a quick break? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do a quick 5-minute bio break, Brendan, because then we're going into a string of bio. So stretch the legs, 5 minutes.
What I just wanted.
We're gonna reconvene at just a little 5-minute recess, 8:24. Just so everyone knows, Councillor Kelly has signed off. So he is no longer with us for the rest of this meeting. He did iterate that he really wanted to stay to hear the public hearings and hear the residents' concerns. And it's well into midnight there, and he has to pick his sister up at the airport in 4 hours, so he's gonna get some sleep. So we thank him for signing in for the time he did. All right, we're moving on to agenda item 8.1 bylaw 2024-44. Carrie, I love the fact you're ready to roll. The floor is yours.
Bylaw 2024-44, it amends the former town of Turner Valley land use bylaw by adding residential narrow lot district R1N and associated regulations, and increases the allowable secondary suite size. A similar R1N district was recently added to former town of Black Diamond land use bylaw on March 6th. The developer from the Turner Valley side, like this approach to plan and development, has put forward an application for a similar district. And this bylaw amending bylaw also increases the allowable size of the secondary suite from 40% of the gross floor area of the principal dwelling to 80% in response to critiques from Municipal Planning Commission.
Excellent, thank you. Council, any concerns with the R1N? Small district. Size lots, narrow lot, sorry. Any concerns? Any concerns? I'll take a motion.
Give that to you.
Hazel gives us, first, second reading, sorry, yeah. All right, we have second reading. Any discussion? Yep.
I'll just say thanks for correcting the error or fixing the error on the secondary suite. It sounds like a lot if you don't know the background context. Background context is they changed the definition. So all of a sudden you couldn't have a normal size secondary suite when we changed the bylaw. One of these clerical errors that unfortunately have caused us a lot of trouble on Municipal Planning Commission. So it doesn't mean that we're like all of a sudden allowing really huge secondary suites. We're just going back to what we had previously. In essence, just you worded it a little differently, but thank you for fixing it. And no concern on that.
So, Councilor Gordon?
Yeah, just a follow up, just for the public to understand this. How many MPC variances do we have for the secondary dwelling? I mean, it seemed almost every meeting in the last 18 months, we had at least one to deal with that, to give that variance. So it only makes sense to make sure our bylaw is accurate and updated, as Councillor Holiday mentioned.
Yeah, so I don't have the actual number, but the intent was to make the amendment so that those variances wouldn't come forward and have the change to the bylaw follow the general pattern of the variances that have been given over the past 2 or so years.
Right.
Thank you. All right, I'm totally comfortable with this and seeing no other concerns, all in favor, second reading. Thank you, that is carried unanimously. And as we have 6 councillors, a tie vote is a defeated vote, just so everyone knows. All right, can I get a third reading, please? Deputy Mayor Veronica Glover.
I council to give bylaw 2024-44 third reading.
All right, thank you. Any concerns? Going once, going twice. Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That one is complete. Moving forward, I think I've marked all my pages now. We are just going to make a small jump in our process here to 8.3, and then we're going to slide back to 8.2. So right now, legal processes, we have to do bylaw 2024-74 first, and then we slide over to bylaw 2024-73, just because it's the process in which the MGA dictates things must happen. So if you could hop forward in your agenda to 8.3 and present that one, please.
Yes, thank you. Bylaw 2024-74 is the Dunham Area Structure Plan amendment. It changes 305 Dunham Lane Northwest. As we've heard, the Lions Club has been contemplating developments of the land. Has an active redesignation application, that's what we're going to hear next, and needs an amendment to the area structure plan to proceed forward with that. As well, at 415 Royal Ave Northwest, there is a developer who is looking to move forward with an R1N. That's why I've heard about that. And again, a change in the area structure plan would be required to accommodate that future development. We have no concerns. Both proposals meet the objectives of the municipal development plan. Again, the provision of housing for all income groups, the creation of attractive housing, orderly development of residential land, promote and provide safe, attractive, functional neighborhoods that will meet household accommodation needs for a full range of socioeconomic groups. And the funny thing with this is they're actually just kind of flipping.
All right, so just to be clear, it's 8.3 bylaw 2024-74 to amend Dunham Area Structure Plan. So that's the one we're talking about. John, Councillor Gordon, sorry.
And just a quick question for the land that is 415 Royal Ave. Are they presenting a subdivision application as well? Is that required after we change the zone here?
So the item that was added at the beginning of the meeting to the agenda for first reading is a redesignation application for those lands to R1N. We are expecting to work through the subdivision process with them in the coming months to get that moved forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
On the 415, Royal, that looks like a huge lot
It is.
in comparison, so. We're going
through the chair.
R1N, narrow lots, so.
Through the chair. So the 2 maps in the bylaw itself aren't to scale with one another necessarily, so I'd like to bring that to attention. You can see some of the R1 on the mapping for 415 Royal, technically also 402 Royal. We're just affectionately referring to it all as 415 Royal. And again, there is a proposal in there for R1N, and we're just working through some final layout considerations with access, the setback from the creek, those types of things. So we don't have.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Hazel.
Here, I may be too early, to ask this question. By changing from a R1 to a R1N, how will it increase in the number of blocks?
Through the chair. So at this point, the bylaw on the table for clarity is just the ASP amendment. Again, Banner, Ducks in a row, ASP, then redesignation, then subdivision. The R1N that just got third allows a quite more narrow parcel. I don't know what it would look like on configuration, because once you factor in corners and stuff, we could bring that forward at the rezoning phase.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Any further questions? Not, I will entertain a motion. First one. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Heather, go ahead.
Carry on 305. So we go through the area structure plan, and then we do the bylaw amendment. And then, is there an opportunity again, because of what we've kind of done with the MVP and stuff, will there be an opportunity again for council to look at this if said development on 305 comes back and they're looking for a big old apartment building to go on that land?
Thank you, and I think I understand the question, so if I don't hit it, let me know. Through the chair, the process would always be, we look at the municipal development plan, the area structure plan. In this case, it needs a tweak. The redesignation, bylaws on the table for tonight, then the development permit. So if it gets, or whatever zoning it ends up with, if a development proposal meets the requirements of that district without any variances required, then they are allowed to build as a right for any permitted uses. When it comes to discretionary, it is appealable because there is discretion involved. So for R1, for example, the permitted use would be like a single detached dwelling. And on the Turner side, give me half a second here. Some discretionary uses in the R1 would be religious institutions, secondary suites. The Turner Valley land use bylaw is quite prohibitive in its R1 district, in the fact that you basically can have a single detached house.
Yeah.
So if it goes to R3, then as a right, if they meet the requirements of the district, they could potentially build some of the permitted uses are apartments, fourplexes, row houses. In both districts, the maximum height is 10 meters, and that's something I heard during the public hearing that I wanted to provide information. As well, and actually, I'm gonna save this to our next item potentially. But in terms of, does it come back again and again? It will not come to council.
Yeah. So there's where I'm having a problem.
Yeah, unless council makes it a direct control district, you have set your guidance through the municipal development plan, the area structure plan, and the land use bylaw for administration to administer the approvals.
Yeah. Here's where I'm having a problem. I don't have a problem with duplexes over there. But I do have a problem with a great big old apartment building over there. Mostly because we do have an apartment building going over by the fire hall. Correct?
We have not received a development permit application on 515 Morrison.
Yeah, so. It was a clerical error changing it from R3 to R1 and now back to R3. All of those residents over there that have moved into the area in the last 3 years, 4 years. I can't remember when that bylaw, the new bylaw. I was 120 to 3 years ago. We're told that that was going to be an R1. Most of those individuals over there likely wouldn't have an issue if it's affordable housing duplexes. However, I heard loud and clear that they would have a problem with a 22 to 32 apartment building. I have a problem. So that's where I'm asking council, where do we go with this? Because once we give it R3, we're giving the go-ahead for that apartment. And me personally, I would have a problem.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, I expect we will have a full debate, especially with so much public interest. I would hope that all of us state clearly why we're voting and the way we're doing. But do you want that discussion now? Is it on the structure plan?
Yeah.
Or should we wait for it? Because really, there's no point in doing the one.
Yeah.
We wouldn't even get to the second one then. Or is it more appropriate? I'm just wondering, where is that debate most appropriate? This one or the next one?
This is a bit confusing with both of them coming at the same time, because if we passed one, then
or if we don't pass,
basically changed it to R3, but we're not passing a bylaw that's R3.
So through the chair, that is a correct observation by your public counselors that if the area structure plan isn't amended, then planning has to recommend refusal of the land use bylaw amendment because it wouldn't conform to statutory law.
Okay, so we just had this debate now. Then it's done. And we can move through these things either seamlessly or seamlessly. It either passes or it fails. The vote is the vote and we're done. So Heather,
Well,
you can
there
start
is
us
an
off.
option. Go to R2.
That's a whole, yeah, that's not the ask.
Okay.
But no. So you stated your case. Would you like to add anything more to it? Hey, Hazel,
What is R2?
it's not on the application.
Okay. So you need to vote for or against.
Veronica?
But what is R2?
Medium density.
And so R3 would be high density with apartment building or townhouses.
So can I speak to that? Yes, you can. I have the bylaw in front of me and this, I was going to speak to actually. So in an R3, the permitted uses are as follows, and I'll speak to all of them. I'll just give you the list. Accessory buildings, apartments, fourplexes, minor home occupations, public parks, row house dwellings, and special events. That's permitted. So we're not talking about the development permit. That's not on the table. However, if we went to R3 and they followed what was permitted, it wouldn't come to MPC because it's not a variance. And we wouldn't hear it, as Carrie, our planner, rightly identified. Our planning team would be following the regulation bylaw in place. Interestingly, the discretionary uses are these: bed and breakfast accommodations, duplex dwellings. That's actually a discretionary use. So if the Lions wanted to go through the bylaw and say, well, we don't want to go before council again, we're going to go from a duplex to a fourplex, they would. Interestingly, it also, a discretionary use is a home occupation major, lodging houses, private swimming pools, public and quasi-public installations and facilities, secondary suite. So based on the question that Heather and Hazel have asked, when would we see it again? We would only see it again on a direct discretionary use such as the lodging house. But that's not before us. The development permit is not before us tonight. So what's before us is really, we need to understand what potential permitted uses are there if we go to an R3. And that's an apartment building. However, something that Carrie mentioned that I want to identify, I heard time and time again this concern of a massive apartment building. Each of our districts have the identical height limit to the building, and that's 10 meters. So if we stay at single R1, the height limit is 10 meters. That's the permitted use. The permitted build without a variance is 10 meters for single detached dwelling. So hypothetically, for those residents concerned about height in their backyards, The variance could be the same. They have a 2-story and they'd be dealing with the same thing as an apartment. No difference whatsoever between an R1, R2, or R3. Very similar. Another concern I heard from the residents was this ongoing concern for low income. There's so many variables when it comes to low income that a developer has to go to. It's actually something that is much more regulated, because then those entering into low income have income requirements to be able to access that facility. That's not on the table. Affordable housing might be because of size, but will still be fair market value, such as what we saw over here in George Street. So that's a bit of a misnomer. Another misnomer that I want to clarify is that the town did not own this land and gift it to the Lions. I know that was stated, but I wanted to make it very clear. The town did not own this land, and we're not the ones who gifted it to the Lions. That was a private deal between the developer with this land, who wanted to do something on behalf of the Lions because of what they've done for the community. Another thing I want to make sure that we kind of make sure that it's clear, and I love internet, and the challenge with the internet is you can find what you're looking for. So if I have a preconceived idea, I can find it in the internet from my perspective. So I'm very cautious in referencing these. But study after study in the last 30 years show that even if we did allow low-income housing there, it does not impact property values. The United States and Canada has shown study after study that it does not impact property values, nor does it bring in crime. And when we debated the land on Morrison, where there is subsidized housing coming in, hopefully, should the grant be provided to the family that wants to do that build, we had conversations with our RCMP detachment about the impact with the one low subsidized housing in Black Diamond, and they have not seen an uptick in the crime. So that is a misnomer. Council's responsibility is to consider safety. And we've done our homework with that, and I believe we are following what is required when it comes to that. So I think we can debunk the low income concerns, about the crime concerns. I believe we can debunk the concerns about property values. I'll leave it to other councillors to talk about the water restrictions and those concerns. We have the intake, we have the reservoirs, we have the treatment, and now with the water, wastewater at West End coming online, we now are able to treat that. So the water concerns should be mitigated much more than that. The major concern I have is what was once R3, the clerical error to R1, and the good faith the council and admin have to move forward in that. My brother was one of the first owners on Country Meadows Way. 533 was his home. He bought that. I visited him in 2008. I said, man, this is beautiful. You got this backyard here. You got 4 young kids. This will be awesome for them. He said, yeah, it's R3. Anytime we could see an apartment back there. So what has happened since, and the misinformation that has come, whether it's clerical error, whether it's realtors not understanding the zoning, there's so much, our hands are tied. And so moving forward in good faith, I think we focus on the zoning and trust our administration and our planning team to work with the tools we've given them to support the developer, who I am confident will hear the concerns of the community and move forward accordingly. Thank you.
Yeah, I can tackle the water. I think what happens is people come in and they hear that we've had water issues and they're new and they don't really understand it. Yes, we had a flood. We lost our water system. We got it all back online. We are still using our emergency intake, and that is a very expensive project that's still to come to fix. But it was never an issue with water in the river or licensing like Okotoks has, or a water main break like Calgary has. Like, we're in a totally different situation, but I think people hear everything from everywhere. We had a problem after the flood, physically drawing water out of the river. We've got an emergency intake that's working fabulously. We're gonna have a permanent one here shortly. And so we are good up to 9,000 people, so that's not a problem. The one thing I did want to mention along, the problem with buying onto any blank piece of land is that unless something's built there, you have no guarantee. So even if it was R1 when people bought, there's no guarantee it's gonna stay that way next week, next year, because it's $2,500 and a couple of council visits and couple council meetings, and it can be changed at any time. So really, it is 100% unfortunate that people bought land under the impression that was unfortunately our fault. I will blame our engineers since they're not here, so I can do that. That mistake was made. But really, if you were a property owner and you went to the town and said, I'd love to do this with my land, and found out, oh, because of a clerical error, you can't actually do that with your land because we changed it to a different zone, you as a property owner would be furious. And property rights, the property owner has to supersede any neighbors. They own the land. And unfortunately, the reality is we live in a free market society, and cramming people in to make money is something everyone talks about, but everybody, I don't think anyone's living in a house that somebody built trying to lose money on. Like, houses don't get built unless somebody wants to make money off of building it. Otherwise, there's no houses being built. So we can't fault a developer for trying to figure out what's going to sell, where the market's at, what it can bear, if they're gonna put granite in or not, or what kind of upgrades they're gonna do or not, to get the money that they need to make it feasible. It's not cheap to develop. So I that one did, so the water thing, and then the worrying about somebody might make some money off of this, that kind of irritates me. Cause that's how everyone has a home today. So I'm totally in favor of fixing our error, and I apologize absolutely to anybody who bought it thinking it was something else, but unless something's physically already built that you're pretty sure isn't gonna be knocked down, there's no guarantees to neighbors ever, anywhere.
I'll go. The R3 designation, when I moved to 503 Country Meadows Way in 2007, was on the area structure plan. It is on the 2016 area structure plan that I have at home. It is a nice colored chart. It has always been the legal, lawyered, approved, realtor document sale receipt that Gary Rabb had in his folder shows that we purchased it from the individual as R3. So I have more information than anyone on the history of it, but I don't want that to be part of this conversation. I want to say that I hear the residents' concerns. We've been maintaining it. I've been walking my dog there. Everybody walks their dog there. Absolutely. It's a fantastic piece of property. But that has always been the intention, is to maintain it so that the community could use it. And hopefully by beautifying it, we would attract the developers. We, as a Lions Club, talked to 7 developers, and we landed on the specific one because of the low impact development that they proposed. Knowing that huge development is not what the community wants, nor would it be what the neighbors want. And I live there. So I don't want that either, but I do want legally the R3 designation back so that the Lions Club is filled in their legal right to have the land that they've presently purchased. So I'm fully supportive of R3, and I think that the Lions Club will do a solid to the community. And many of the rumors that we heard, you know, I think here's what I wrote down through a public hearing that really I think resonated, is fear of the uncertainty. That's what we had. We heard the fear of not knowing what's coming. What is it going to be? Is it going to be 40? Like Facebook just ruined the whole thing, right? If you allow a process to unfold, there's more information that comes, but it can't come until it unfolds. And so I think fear is what has driven a lot of this, but I think pleasant surprises are in the future. So that's it. Totally supportive.
So yeah, this one surprised me. I thought it was just a clerical thing. But it's always interesting when these Turner Valley side things come up. I feel like a brand new counselor, learning all this stuff. I'm like, I'm in over my head. I don't know what's happening. But, yeah, when we set the public hearing last month, I read it, it was a mix-up somewhere. And then, I was quite surprised by the public outreach there. But I agree, I read it, it should have been, it was R3, should be R3. And my biggest question, thank you for answering that, if every zone is a 10-meter height restriction, then that was my one question in difference, but there can't be a massive apartment building there. Well, short and sweet. I support everything.
I was glad to see so many residents come out tonight and really express their thoughts about this future development. I hope going forward, we're gonna see more of this. I do have to agree with Councillor Thompson. I'm not in support of apartment building, but I also know that it's my understanding that really it's hard for council to make the change, to say that you can't have an apartment building, that it can only be duplexes in that parcel of land. And 10 meters, I guess that would be like the size of the condos that are going up in whatnot.
Sure. It's very house. It's a two-story house.
Okay. That, I guess that helps a little bit, but it seems like, again, as some people said, an odd location to be able to have an apartment building. I'm really torn on this one. I understand it is a clerical error. Personally myself, I'd like to just have duplexes. That's all.
Yeah. This has been a great conversation and you've kind of moved me towards the other side. I really appreciate John or Councillor Gordon digging into that and coming up with the 10-meter. I think that was a really important point for me. I also totally agree that, and I knew full well this was always R3. From my previous background, I knew it was R3. Also, I thank you, Councillor Holiday, for clarifying the water, sewer, all that kind of stuff. I'd also like to mention that I also love that Councillor Gordon brought up the low income and police. And I mean, we do have low income housing in both West and East Diamond Valley. And I live very close to 4 of those units. And they are respectable, wonderful people. One of them is low income because he's paralyzed from the waist down. You know, like there's just because you're low income doesn't make you a criminal. And I really have a hard time with that. And that's why I brought it up during the meeting. So thank you for this conversation. I do know now which way I'm going to vote.
Thank you. I would also summarize one other thing that we heard. A lot of people concerned about traffic, sidewalks, flow of individuals. That is how you upgrade a development. The developer pays for those sidewalks and the pathways and the green spaces and the connectivity. So I really wanted to point that out, and thank you, Heather, because you made me remember that. So you know, that is the other part, right? That's how you get there. Again, I think we're good to go.
Mayor Crane, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Because my institutional memory and yours probably, maybe Councillor Gordon, wasn't there a deal on Dunham Lane for developers that they had to upgrade that road as development was being done?
Per section.
Yeah, per section, property,
Yeah.
line to property.
Yeah.
And if I can say to Heather's point there, I don't know if you've driven up Dunham lately, but the Blue Rock Heights, they've actually put the top pavement on, so it's really nice.
Yeah.
And Cindy, close off.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you also have to remember it's 45% site coverage, so if you have a 2 acre parcel, you're only up to 45%. Technically, apartment buildings usually don't have fenced off yards like R1s do, so you end up with more public space under an R3 development oftentimes than you would in an R1 development where everyone puts up fences and you can access things.
All right, we've heard some healthy debate. Carrie, clue us off, and then we're gonna go to some votes.
So this is where
Make a correction.
yeah, I'm so sorry. But we have staff that are learning and I was on vacation. So if somebody would love to make some friendly amendments to bylaw 2024-74 that's before you, the bylaw number for the Dunham Area Structure Plan is 92642. And the amendment that actually needs to be made isn't written in there, which is that for the 305 Dunham Lane Northwest, the bylaw be amended from low density to medium density. And for 415 Royal, wording needs to be added that it is going from medium density to low density. And that bit of verbiage is actually missing in the bylaw.
Amendment number is incorrect. So that 08926 is.
Instead of the 2024-74 rate carry, that's what you're saying?
So the Dunham Area Structure Plan, the original bylaw number that we would be amending is 92642.
I would say, for instance, that comes with Greece to give the area structure effective by law 92642 in relation to 305 Durham Lane Northwest, amending from low density to high density, second reading.
Yeah, and even if you wanted to go medium density,
Okay,
was the recommendation in the staff report.
medium density. Did you write that down? That sounds like a motion. I'll give you that motion.
It actually is in there, so that's good.
Yeah, so everything in the bylaw
642.
2474, where it says 08966 needs to be amended to 92-642 and verbiage after the location of lot 1, block 32, plan 1612096, 305 Dunham Lane Northwest. The section that we're actually amending is the back to it here.
I can put the bylaw on this screen if that helps you. We can actually redline it.
So the development concept is amended for that section from low to medium. And then as we scroll down, the 415 from the development concept is amended from medium to low. Yeah, thanks, Verna.
Yeah, I'm totally not getting your motion. This way I can write your motion. Let me just make the view a little bigger.
So I have a question on that. Made through the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Doesn't the motion still have to reference the bylaw 2024-74? Because that's the amending motion by the.
Yes, the bylaw that's before you is still 2024-74. In bylaw 2024-74, as I've been sitting here listening, looking longer, my oversight was bad, and I apologize.
So we're gonna redline it then, so we can just make sure and everyone can see it for posterity.
92-642.
Yeah, because it's referenced on 115.
It's also the next line, Verna.
Yeah.
On the left.
Oh, yep, thank you. I have a window covered.
Good catch.
And that is a best area structure.
And then under amendments, Dunham Area Structure Plan 92642 as well. And then if you scroll back up. Thank you. And what actually needs to be said is that the development.
Sorry, Carrie, where?
Yeah, So where the location is, we're going to change the future land use for that description in the development concept to, from low density to medium density, like it. Yeah, the verbiage of what we're actually doing, this.
So do you want to have a sentence right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's put it out there.
Go ahead. So changing the future land use. In the development concept. From low density residential. To future medium density residential. And then that same thing can be copy pasted below, but we're gonna flip them. Yeah. So after the location, that's all in caps locked because pretty sure it's copied and pasted from land titles, and that's how we do it.
Yeah, okay, I see, you got it, okay, and then just go through low. And low being R1N. Medium being right now is RN, or R2.
Through the chair, what a fantastic question. So in our documentation, there is nothing that gives us parameters for what those things mean. So we're using our professional judgment in what council's intent is for us to administer it. And my understanding would be an R1 typically would be low. And quite honestly, we don't have anything that in industry would be considered high density.
Yeah, that's for sure. Good point.
Should council disagree and want to say that our multi-unit or multi-family district is high density, you are free to read that clarification.
Thank you, Judy, for that. I do have a terrible question. In our agenda package, page 115. Under background 305 Dunham Lane Northwest, it identifies the Dunham area structure plan as the number you just gave us, Carrie, 92-642. But in 415 Royal Ave, it has it identified as Dunham area structure plan bylaw 904-05.
Fantastic. So the original Dunham, through the chair, the original Dunham area structure plan was amended by bylaw number 904-05, where the future use of that portion went from low density to medium density.
This is one of our awesome flips.
So we're flipping it back again potentially.
Good to know. Okay. Let's get a motion up here and let's get some voting going. I think we've covered off some bases. Heather.
I'll give you a motion to give second reading with the amendments to 305 or Dunham area structure plan bylaws. Can you go up? Go ahead. Oh, please. The council agrees to give the area structure plan amendment bylaw 2024-74 in relation to 305 Dunham Lane Northwest, second reading as amended.
All right, any questions? Everyone clear on the change? All in favor? That's carried. Next one.
Through the chair, I'm making notes for staff development.
Okay, I will give option 2 to council, give the area structure amendment bylaw 2024-74 in relation to 415 Royal Ave Northwest second. As amended, sorry. Okay. Everybody good? All in favor? Okay.
Three.
That council, and we're reading them verbatim. Yeah.
Now it can just be.
You can just say
The council
bylaw as amended.
agrees to give the area structure plan amendment bylaw 2024-74 relating to 305 Dunham Lane Northwest, third reading.
Okay, all in favor? Carried unanimous. That can be four.
Council agrees to give area structure plan amendment bylaw 2024-74 in relation to 415 Royal Ave Northwest, third reading.
Thank you. Questions, concerns, comments? Being none, all in favor? Excellent debate, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that one is right here. That one is done. So now we're going to 8.2. Bylaw 2024-73. All right, so the debate has been had, ladies and gentlemen. It is the same conversation. Can I get a motion, please?
Give you that.
Yeah, I can give you that one.
Okay,
So based on our discussion and debate for the previous amendments, we'll move forward with option number one, that council gives second reading to amend section 6.4.2.2 discretionary uses to add private club or lodge defined as the means development used for meeting, social or recreational activities of members of a nonprofit philanthropic, social service, athletic or fraternal organization without on-site residences. Private clubs may include rooms for eating, drinking, and assemblies. And that has to be its own motion, correct?
perfect. Is that accurate?
So bylaw 2024-73 as presented in your council package. At first reading, that section was missed. The bylaw was amended to include it. So,
So we need a
I-
first reading.
and that was at first reading. So do they need to give second as amended?
No, it's been amended
Okay.
and they've read it as amended.
Okay, so we are clear.
You just second reading bylaw 2024-73 should you choose.
Excellent, good, all right. Thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns, Bernard?
Could I get clarification? So we don't need the first two options, is that correct? We just need option 3 and 5.
So.
Yeah, that's what we say. Yeah,
Right.
so I'll withdraw that motion and I'll go with the option 3 here. That council gives second reading as amended to bylaw 2024-73.
Perfect. I hate that word and.
Right.
Just put a period. Any comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the pleasure it has been to hear from our residences. It really means a lot to me to have them come into our place of work, so to speak, and to step out of their comfort zone and give us their feedback. I know we as council have debated that, we've heard them, and we really are empathetic with the concerns we've heard. Thank you so much to the residents that have submitted 7 submissions, I believe it was, as well as how many more spoke. So I really hold that in high regard, and I thank you for joining us tonight.
Absolutely. All right, well said. All in favor? And that's carried. And can I get a third? Heather's gonna give it. Hazel, I'll get you.
Is second reading?
Option 6.
6. Yeah,
Third reading. The council gives third reading as amended by bylaw 2024-73.
correct. Any questions, concerns, comments? And seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. Thank you, Carrie. Don't move. I got lots more work for you to do right in that same chair. 8.4 bylaw 2024-75, application to amend land use bylaw 2021-06. Floor is yours, Carrie.
This bylaw is for first reading. It proposes amending the Black Diamond land use bylaw to redistrict a parcel to accommodate future development. It is a little bit funky.
Cool.
It is by the school.
Yeah.
Vernon, could you scroll down to the map? It is, thank you. So the proposal brought forward by the applicant is to redesignate the eastern portion from R1 to R1N to accommodate future subdivision and development. I.e. infill.
Straightforward. Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to give you first reading. I am kind of curious because it looks like there's other ones that have done this already, but we didn't have R1N before, so like there was another, I'm just wondering how they did it in the past, but it's kind of interesting, but totally happy. If you look at the map, there's another parcel that they've done it already, so. Yeah, well, no, but no, it's actually on the land use map, so anyhow, happy to have it corner lot, it works great, so. Give you a first reading. I scrolled down. You got your one. The council give bylaw 2024-75 first reading and directs administration to set a public hearing for a later date.
Okay, questions, concerns? Bezos?
Carrie, will letters be going out to residents in that area? You just have your affected parties.
Yeah, letters will be circulated to adjacent properties.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
And I know we made some amendments, I'm gonna follow up on that. We reduced that window, didn't we? That we could get. Into the paper for 1 versus 2. Remember that?
Advertising.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. That's what I was trying to get.
So the advertising bylaw does speak to how long it needs to be in the paper for. Unfortunately, with the way that our bylaw is written in conjunction with the Interpretation Act, and the paper goes out on Wednesday and council's on Wednesday, we don't have free and clear.
No, that's probably where we're getting some of the jumble too. Okay, something to keep on our radar. Maybe we can look into that, but, okay, excellent. We have a motion on the floor. Letters are gonna go out. Thank you, Hazel, for pointing that out. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Bylaw 2459, traffic bylaw.
Hi, worship, we just had, reminder 8.5, the amendment for bylaw 2476.
I've got that on 8.8. I put it at 8.8, but did you want that now? Or is that where you put it?
When we.
And I
amended,
put
we
it, I put my own 8.8 in, but you put an official one in, okay. Yeah, okay.
Just in first reading.
Yeah, okay, let's hit 8.8, or no, sorry, what,
8.5, your worship.
4.5, there you go, okay. So bylaw 2024-76, we all got a hard copy here. This is our first reading, so I'll entertain a motion right now.
Council gives first reading to bylaw 2024-76 and directs administration to set a public hearing for a later date.
Excellent, thank you. Quick and easy, that's where magic happens. Any questions, concerns? Public hearing coming up. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. Okay, now, you can go home, I think, Carrie, yeah. 8.5, bylaw 2024-59, traffic bylaw. I will hand this off to Mr. Fire Chief, as he is the Director of Public Safety, all of these things. Okay, great. All right, floor is yours. TJ Moore.
Thank you. Enough hour?
You're gonna get close to your tower a lot more before I'm done.
Your worship, council, there's not much to really add from a presentation perspective. This has been in front of council back in April. There was some suggestions and some clarifying that was asked to be done. Since then, Sergeant Hogan has not only done what we've asked, but he's also added a few other things. We've identified some processes that we need to do for things like street closures and things like that. So there's quite a detailed list here of things that this bylaw includes. Unless there's any questions, I will leave it to council to.
Perfect. Councilor Gordon, got you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, thanks for putting this together, and I'm really, Constable Hogan, really listening to our concerns here. One thing I did have a question with was we asked them to look into e-bikes and whatnot on our pathways, as well as scooters. I don't see reference to our electronic scooters in here. And I'm wondering if it fits where we have that identified as the e-bikes. What do you think?
So at the current time, because there's a gap that's identified from the province in both municipal and provincial legislation that really deals with them. It's not really our position to really be the leader in that yet. It was our, putting it in the bylaw, put into place, and as this technology is greatly going all over it so quickly, we weren't prepared to actually define that yet until the province really takes a stance. So until they can actually align it within the Alberta Traffic Safety Act and start leading that, we really didn't want to start going down one route and also find out they're going to take a different legislation and say something very similar to e-bikes, for example. Very clear e-bikes. You go over this amount of power, you go over this much horsepower, you automatically fall under this. And they haven't done that for the lower classes yet. So we just weren't prepared to take a firm stance on that as of yet. But as it becomes a problem, we'll certainly look at doing that. One of the things he did mention to me in relation to that, because one of the places that we see some of the complaints regarding these scooters is the Friendship Trail. And as a clarity, we don't have jurisdiction on the Friendship Trail as West County. So that was something he just wanted me to clarify as well, if that came up, so I appreciate the question.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, comments? As mentioned, we've had this a couple times. Hazel, go ahead.
Just asking for clarification. Page 148, section 16, item 16.4. So upon third reading the bylaw, the speed limit
Yes.
for all roadways included in that portion of the town of Diamond Valley, formerly town of Turner Valley, shall be 40 kilometers an hour.
So this was a request, I believe, even back to when I started last July. Back when Third Street came up, there was a lot of discussion about aligning, so Black Diamond, or the former Black Diamond is a municipal speed limit of 40 kilometers unless otherwise posted. That had not been the case in Turner Valley. Sorry, other way around, sorry.
That needs to be amended.
So that actually,
It should
that's a
say,
good catch then, you're Councilor Martin, actually, sorry, I was missing Turner Valley Black Diamond.
Yeah.
So former Turner Valley shall be properly. So it actually should be Black Diamonds becoming 40 kilometers.
yeah,
That
should be amended.
no, got it.
So this leaves the speed limit on the west side at 40K, because that's where it is now.
Yeah.
The next statement changes it on the east side.
Yes,
Effective September.
isn't it correct?
Yes.
Keywords probably.
Yeah.
So and just the key thing there about the effective date as well, just in case it hasn't come up yet, that's just leeway time in order to actually implement the change. There has to be signage, there has to be communication. Part of this passing of the bylaw, there's gonna be a portion of the decision that will include approving a budget enhancement to pay for the signage, which is not yet being approved in the 2024 budget. So the Public Works team has put together the numbers on what that will cost. That is included in this request for decision as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? I think we're good. We have a motion. Who gave the motion?
I just gave a question. I think the motion, I can give the motion to give this bylaw its first reading.
He just did it. Excellent, I love it. Stolen from Veronica Giles. Oh, sorry. Okay, all in favor? Yeah, that's right. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, let's go down the list.
The council gives bylaw 2024-5 a second.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Cindy, oh,
I
surprise.
just want to say, don't ticket my 13-year-old for riding on a pathway. I don't agree with it.
If they are riding responsibly and respectfully, I'm sure they will not be taken.
He's gone to Cal to go into the pool every day,
And he's got to catch him, that's.
and I'd way rather he was on the pathway.
All right, good. All in favor? And that is carried. I will give the council agree to present bylaw 2024-59 for third reading at this meeting. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And last one. Yes, please, Hazel.
That council give bylaw 2024-129, the traffic bylaw, third and final reading.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for working on this, and let our community of Diamond Valley be a 40-kilometer zone.
That's what we finished the last.
But we also have. Let's see what we get there. Okay. All in favor of that one? That's good. All right, here we go.
Council rescind Black Dog policy and associated procedure documents EDEB-026 special events effective. Right.
Excellent. All in favor? That's carried. Jonathan?
Sure, I'll give you this last one. The council approved a budget enhancement to the 2024 operating budget in the amount of $8,300 to pay for the required signage, and that the budget enhancement will be reported as a variance at year end.
Right? Yeah.
We really wordsmithed that for a while.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then I emphasized the right word for you.
Power of words. Salt. All in favor? There we have it. All right.
Thank you, Worship Council. Thank you, Council Hogan, for doing that.
Thank you. And great presentation tonight as well. That was well done. Very well done. Bylaw 2024-70 records management bylaw. I'm sure Verna's got a whole paragraph, maybe 6, 7 you want to go through?
Yeah, Worship, maybe I'll just take this quick, and if there's any questions we can go. So, whole idea here is to replace the current records management bylaw and push this down to an operation directive. So we put records management in CAO's hands, to council. Responsibility would be with me. So if council satisfied with the bylaw, and give all the readings.
Quick and concise. I like it. Go ahead.
I'll give you first reading.
Excellent.
Bylaw 2024-70 records management bylaw.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Cindy?
Council, give bylaw 2024-70 second reading.
Any questions? District management, straightforward, operational, all in favor? Excellent. I will give the council agree to present bylaw 2024. See you later, chief. For third reading at this meeting. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously as is required. Thank you. And Ron.
The council give bylaw 2024-70 the record management bylaw third and final reading.
Thank you. Last call for alcohol, as they say. Comments, concerns, questions? All in favor? Thank you. That is approved. Okay, one more, 8-7 bylaw 2024-69 to amend council committees bylaw 2023-13.
Hey, your worship. So this was the one to establish the municipal development plan steering committee. So the idea here was to take the composition of the ACDEV committee and the planning commission, put them together. There's some flexibility in there to allow between 8 to 12 members. Once that's set up, those invites will be sent out to those who want to participate. And then once the successful applicant who's going to be awarded the RFP, likely in August, takes it, they would start that process. The whole idea of the steering committee is to allow us to speed up the public consultation time from kind of industry best practice of 2 years, and to allow us to condense the MDP and have it delivered by August or September of next year.
Excellent. My only concern is I want on this committee. I know. So can I add myself as mayor? I'll be a member at large. I don't really care.
We have got 4 members that have already indicated their desire from the previous 2 committees, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and kick a neck to have a guy out of there and just take a spot. I don't know. This is the committee that is going to work for the MPC, or the MVP, sorry. And I think that this is where the mayor really needs to be in on this conversation. 100%.
Just your worship, you do have flexibility there. You can just
looking for
change that.
Looking for some,
We can debate it on that.
3 members of council, so.
and the mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Just go in the mayor.
This needs an amendment to the terms of reference.
That's all. So I would propose an amendment, 3 members of council and the mayor.
Who's a member of council?
Is there an issue that that's a quorum of council? It is a committee meeting, like, I know that's that,
Oh, I see.
but none of us want to give up our spots, and
Yeah.
maybe Brendan.
I mean, yeah, your worship, the terms of reference still has the feedback mechanism, right? And again, like it's the steering committee, so it's the consultant is going to take the advice of the committee to drive it forward, but at every step of the way, this still comes back to council.
It's not a council decision,
Hmm.
but having you on there wouldn't be an issue then. It wouldn't be quorum. No.
It's solely for the discussion portion. It's the advisory portion, right? Yeah, let's just go 4 minutes.
And then.
I really wanna, I do not wanna be. Get in there too? You want to play?
That's fine.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it up there, 4 members of council shall be appointed to the committee. There you go. And we'll vote on it.
Yeah, well, it's close to appointment, we just had.
I think we get an answer,
The quorum thing.
yeah. It's not an issue.
I don't think so, because you're clearly setting this up as its own committee.
Yeah.
So just change it to 4 members of council would be my amendment.
Because it's, if I can interject, it's same with the committee of the whole. The way the terms of reference are there, we don't make
Decisions.
we make recommendations, so that would be the same here, correct?
I think it would be fine, I think.
Okay, that's my recommendation. I'm gonna call a vote on it.
Not yet.
If we're good.
That'll be the first motion.
Okay, so I'm gonna make that motion that we change it to 4 members of council shall be appointed to the committee. Okay, we'll vote on that amendment first. All in favor? Okay,
Sorry,
that's
can I
carried.
ask you give it a first reading before you amend it?
Yeah, we have to do the first reading.
We have to do.
I can give you that.
Kristen.
I'll give you that one.
Okay,
That council give first reading to bylaw 2024-69 to amend the council committee bylaw as amended.
there you go.
We can do that, right? To amend it as amended
Amended on second.
with the 4,
Amended on second.
with the 4, okay, amended on second.
As presented for this one.
Sure.
Okay, so as presented, all in favor? There you go. And now I would just make an amendment for second reading that we change membership and composition to 4 members of council shall be appointed. And we'll vote on the amendment. And then we will vote on second reading. Voting on the amendment, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that's carried. That was close. Thank you. That's how the ones you see. You know, I think Veronica's like, no.
That's good.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you vote those two?
I just did that on purpose.
I just want to say the same thing.
I think it wasn't defeated at 3-3.
It was close.
Go ahead, Hazel.
Will admin be contacting any of the previous MPC and the
Yeah.
EDC members who had already resigned?
Already done. Already done. Yeah, and there's 4 already that have put their names forward.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, Jonathan, so that's why I'm
Any
asking.
questions? No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay, voting on second reading. Any concerns, questions? I give it second reading.
Just did that as amended.
Have them in, yeah.
Okay, I will look to council for third. To here.
Present.
Present.
Okay, I'll do that. Presenting for third reading at this time.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous. And third and final from Heather.
Council give bylaw 2024-59, amend the council committee's bylaw third and final reading.
Thank you. All in favor? You know what's funny? Is my phone has been recording everything we've been saying. Oh my gosh. Don't hit send on that text message.
14 feet long.
Not horrible. You just throw your phone down and it does that.
He forgot.
Hey, Heather, comment?
Oh, that's funny. What? She goes there.
The council appoint Mayor
She was making it.
Councillor Jonathan Gordon, Councillor Cindy Holiday, and Councillor Brendan Kelly as council representatives to the Municipal Development Plan Steering Committee.
Excellent motion.
You gotta have a laugh at this point
Yeah.
in time.
All in favor? Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I think we're tired.
We do this.
We're moving on. Okay, 9.1, utility infrastructure repairs, yeah? Is that where we're at? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, your worship. This is a fairly substantive one, but just knowing this probably requires a separate conversation another time, I'm just going to go through these and we'll have questions as they come up.
Waiting a long time.
Ben, you wanna sit there too? Like, are we gonna get the whole gang up here? What are we doing?
Over to you, Craig.
Repairs, we got utility infrastructure repairs, then we have requests for repair for 20. Okay, all right, Craig. It's up to you, buddy.
Try and keep it short and sweet.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, to the chair. This,
Oh dear.
on an annual basis, we perform many functions around inspections and inspections. Some of them are annual, some of them are every 5 years. And two of these subjects are kind of critical at the moment. And I'll talk about the Bailey lift station. For the 2024 capital budget, council awarded or approved a $24,000 upgrade to the PLC.
Yeah.
Since then, we've done our annual inspection on that lift station in Bailey Ridge. And what that entails is we drain the lift station itself, the sump. We hose it all out, clean it all up so it looks as pretty as it can look. And then we do an inspection on the infrastructure within that wet well. Plumbing, pumps, cables, safety hooks, ladders, all that stuff. In this particular lift station, it's getting up there, as Jill said, with MPE, with other aging infrastructure. This is also some of our aging infrastructure. The piping that comes and leaves that wet well is galvanized steel, and it is in pretty rough shape at the moment. So we've had a contractor clean it out, inspect it, and provide us a quote in repairing it, and it's approximately $40,000 in addition to the $24,000 that's already approved for the PLC. Additionally, we are required to inspect our treated water reservoirs. Sorry, I'm going off track here, but we've been doing so many. So on an annual basis, or actually a quarterly basis, we inspect the distribution water pumps. And upon inspection, some significant or concerning vibrations were identified in one of the 3 distribution pumps at the Diamond Valley East treated water reservoir. So for context, water leaves the water treatment plant. It's pumped all the way over to Diamond Valley East, where it enters into an in-ground water reservoir, which is immediately beside the big silver water tower that you kind of see there, which is not functioning. Inside that building next to the reservoir is the distribution pumps and PLCs and all that good stuff. We need to replace, one of that one pump bearings are starting to wear and now it's vibrating, so it just needs some repairs. Unfortunately, those repairs are upwards of $1,000. These are very large pumps. Please keep that in mind. They're taller than I am. So this is a significant repair. maintenance items. So with that said, being infrastructure and enhancements, if we have a lift station failure, we all know what happens there. If we lose a pump, we still have 2 redundant pumps, but then we're putting more pressure and strain on 2 pumps because we cycle them through so they have the same equal wear. The request is that council direct administration to proceed with repairs to Baylor Lift Station and the distribution pump at the east Diamond Valley at a total cost of $55,000.
Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, funding, can we use MSI or do we need to their source?
I'll leave that question for Ben.
So the chair, no, we can't use the MSI because we need minimum limit of 90,000 as per their revised plan. So we can't use that, but yeah, there is only way we can use the capital.
Heather, did you wanna?
I didn't hear him. So did you think we can use it? Sorry.
MSI, you can.
MSI,
We can't use it.
no, because
That's what I thought.
they increase the limit to 90,000 minimum.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's new. Any other questions regarding this? Straightforward to me, you don't want this failing. So, pull from reserves, is that a recommendation here? Yeah, we'll give you that. Council Director Administration, Steve Barrett, lift station and distribution pump at the east and Valley. Yeah, together, yeah. So, motion made, question. How extensive is this repair? How much is it for a new one, basically?
For a new pump.
For, yeah, okay, sorry, at the repairs.
At
the lift station.
At the lift station. So what we'll end up doing is, we'll be required to isolate the patient, so nothing's coming into this. So we'll try and pick a low flow period of the day or a week. We'll have to sump that wastewater out of there. And then we'll place all that galvanized pipe with new pipe. So probably a few days, real quick. And then that's good for 30, 20 to 30 years, depending on, it comes down to pH. And once you lose that galvanized coating and it gets in there, it starts to faster.
PVC is not.
It's not, it's true.
All right, sounds good. Motion on the floor. Any further questions, comments?
I just have a questions on staff report, but I'll do that after.
Sure.
Sorry, Your Worship, we just gotta make 2 slight amendments just to identify the funding source just for our auditors.
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay if I just tag on the end with funds to come from reserves?
Yeah, we should. The amount as well.
So it's, I didn't say that.
You did say that.
Yeah, I said,
Funds to cover up reserves.
yeah. So,
Say 55.
But we should also have the budget.
yeah, 55,000 to come from reserves. Okay. Yeah, let's get that auditor lined up for success right now. All right, all in favor? Excellent, thank you. That's great. Hazel, question?
Just 2 questions. The river crossing water line project, has that begun?
Through the chair, unfortunately, no. What we've run into is, we put it at the tender and unfortunately prices came in almost double what's budgeted. So, ironically, the week that we put this project out to tender, there was a grant that's that was almost tailor fit for this project. So because we didn't because we didn't have any, enough funding. We applied for the grants, we've tabled this, just waiting for approval or a decision on this grant, and if it does, it's a 75 or 70-30 grant, so it actually cost us less than we originally budgeted. So
Needs to be talked to, whatever.
so round 2 of the budget or grant application process is October. So we should have an answer hopefully in August. Yeah, and like I said, the grant was almost tailor fit for this project.
So will you be able to do that project this year or will have to go into spring?
If we get approved for this project, there should be no reason why we couldn't do this year. It might go into November, but. Assuming we get the
And my second question is on the Diamond Valley West, the treated water reservoir. I understand that reservoir is just more for emergency, is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Through the chair, the 2 water distribution systems are completely separated. So from the water treatment plants, there are 2 distribution reservoir pumps. And one internal reservoir runs up the hill to this, and this is gravity fed feeding the town or the east or the west side. The other line runs across the river, down 16th Ave, up to the highway, and then cuts into the reservoir there, and that's completely independent from the Diamond Valley West system. And they also have their own set of plans for that system.
So I guess that leads on to, so I think in your report, you said you have not been able to have access to that.
Yes, so this has been an ongoing access issue since 2015. There is a bit of a dispute between the town and the landowner. There was no formal written access agreement for the access road that takes you off the highway from the west side of where our reservoir is up the hill. And unfortunately, that dispute created a situation where the landowner office put a gate in, closed us out of there, and we have zero access to that our water reservoir unless we hike up this very steep hill off the highway up our water. So
Is it our right of way?
it is our right of way. But whenever I bring in divers to do their servicing or inspections every 5 years, we usually bring our skid steer in to fuel all their equipment up, all their diving tanks and gear, and that's some nice to all your gear.
What's the name of this fabulous name?
We tried to work with the Foothills County too to get them on board, but he bucked them as well.
Nielsen. Yeah. So is administration working with the landowner to gain access?
Not at this time, no.
Is that something to go with the board?
He's got her all gated off. It's obviously not big ball.
It's just been a continuity issue. Last few years.
Okay. Nothing we can do. We'll fix her up. Motion's on, motion's carried, motion's voted on, yes? Did we vote? We're gonna vote again, make sure. Voting for 55 from reserve, on favor, yes, we did vote actually. I said, you had your question.
Yeah, my apologies, your worship.
All good, no, I don't. Request for direction to prepare the 2025 utility rates.
Hey, your worship, so as per council's previous direction, administration is bringing back a 5-year plan to move the town utility rates to full cost recovery and build reserves. So just, there were some questions from the last meeting where this came up. So the report, we tried to address those concerns, and administration recommends moving to 5-year rates.
Okay. Councilor Gordon, you want to lead us up?
Sure, I have some questions here, but I also more kind of a bit of a pivot here. When we look at what we brought our rates up for in 2024, we still have a bit of a deficit in wastewater, but we do have a reserve in water and storm, which is pretty cool. So where I think it might be a more fulsome discussion, I appreciate the challenge moving into our budget conversation, but I wonder if it's more responsible for us to have that long-term outlook on a guaranteed or a general infrastructure replacement fund, as opposed to really focusing on utilities and having a much more broader conversation and what that would look like. Because if we go through all of these increases, sure, in 5 years' time, we're gonna have a reserve set up of like massive amount, right? I mean, almost 1.7 million or 1.6 million, I guess. 708, 708, 128, so just over 1.5, if I'm adding that correctly. Which is great, but I mean, those are massive increases every year. 11, 10, 10, 9, and 9. So our residents are already feeling the pinch with the tax burden. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't level up that, remove that deficit for wastewater for 2025, but have a general infrastructure replacement fund conversation, what that looks like. Perhaps we can look at it from a levy that goes on their monthly utility rate or their monthly tax rate, based on residential, based on commercial, so that it goes into a general infrastructure fund. I don't know if that's the time to talk about it now or not.
Yeah, those are all good questions, Your Worship. So I think that general infrastructure you probably want to keep it separate from that. I mean, it's a shell game, 6 of one, half dozen.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, you've got a huge deficit and, you know, if you don't, like 1.7 million is not much.
No, I know.
Your lagoon's 20 million. Right, so, I guess from administration's perspective, you know, seeing how these jumps are obviously significant. For us to bring this back in the bylaw for August, this sets us up for the budget. If we can't get that, I'm just gonna bring you back the same bylaw with the 24 rates, and it's just going to be absorbed. So when something breaks, I'll just bring a debenture to you. So as management, I can't recommend that. I have to take the responsible route here. I think the GIRF, General Infrastructure Reinvestment Fund, is still a good idea for everything else. But keep in mind, your total asset gap right now is about $65 million. So even if you add a couple percent to the tax, I mean, it's really a drop in the bucket. What we're trying to prevent is a major break, and then we have to get an emergency debenture to react instead of respond. But even that, with this 4-year build out, things are gonna break between now and then. The best time to have done this was, you know, previous 20 years, obviously. So now the second best time is to do it from now moving forward. But even with these jumps, you know, we have to be very clear here too that, yeah, absolutely, when we're looking 9, 10, 11% a year, that, you know, that's a big jump, but that's still not going to close the gap. If we have a major break, which is probable, not low probability, but quite probable, we're gonna have a 6 or 7 figure repair bill either way. So I suppose from what we're seeing here is this is just one way to start closing that gap, but I can certainly appreciate the political complexities of that.
Yeah, go Cindy.
My
mind are almost stuck.
I totally agree that we need more money and for infrastructure reserves, and like just looking with Jill's presentation tonight, we got 50 kilometers sewer pipe. It's like $1 million a block, right? Obviously not all of that's under roads, but yeah, I understand that. My problem is for the person that making it in your rates, that somebody has a water leak, their toilet leaks, that also it becomes a really big bill versus having more of a standardized, like if we need X amount of dollars, let's divide it up, right? Versus somebody getting really hit when something bad happens, their kid leaves the sprinkler on all day when it's 35 degrees, right? Like things like that. That's why I don't like yeah, increasing rates too much there, and maybe it's not, I don't pay water bills, so I guess I don't have a frame of reference as well, so maybe I think it's worse than it is. But I know we've gotten them in the past, people coming and they've had a leak and they've got a $2,000 bill, right? And so this would make it exponentially worse. As well, the cost to replace the infrastructure, if you've got a larger house, you usually have a larger lot, therefore you have more road. Therefore, I think it's more fair that you're paying more based on your property size than how much water, a mom with 4 kids living in a tiny duplex, right? So that's my problems with it, but then I understand we need to just get something done. And we need to get our budget passed. So I'm fine if that's like, just to expedite it, I'm fine, but we need a bigger conversation and maybe we can fix it to be more fair.
Yeah, thank you, worship. So, I mean, again, amortization is always possible to spread it out, but that'll just hit your base tax. So I mean, frankly, there's not a good play here. Furnace is broken and you have to replace it. So my recommendation is just, from administration for responsible management is 5 years. It's probably the easiest way to level it out. But again, even with that 5-year rate, that's not going to ensure that there's enough money in the purse for when a major break occurs. And I don't know, I'm just looking over at Ben or Lisa, if you want to add any further context or.
Only thing I would suggest when we talk about the consumption rate, like to your point, is that leaks aside, and yes, they do happen, it's rare, but it does happen, then the charge is user-based. So you're charging the people with the greatest consumption instead of having the overall tax base compensate for each individual user and how they choose to use the water. So that I guess would be the argument for having the consumption rates increase and to cover off your operational. I mean, the goal is to have your consumption rates cover off operations. So to spread that out equitably, it's user pay.
What came out of the open house we had about utility rates, that was most confusing to me is it seemed the populace would rather we hide this rate increase into our tax roll rather than have it out in the open on the utility bill. Because you're gonna pay for it either way. I didn't understand this. They're like, no, find another way. I'm like, well, we hide it. You're still paying for it. I just didn't quite grasp what they wanted on that one. And then a little personal story. I recently bought a new shower head and it came with a reducer. My son and I looked at each other and we're like, nah, throw out that reducer. So I usually pay about $200 to $220 every 2 months. We use 16 or less cubic meters. This last bill, 28 cubic meters. And whose fault is that? Mine and my son. Am I going to come to council and be like, well, council, I usually pay this much and because of this series of events? No, it's user error. I signed an agreement by living in this town and agreeing to the utility bylaw. So I'm sorry, it's my fault. I put the reducer in. Hopefully life's better. And also, I think it would cost more to pay for a new line in an old neighborhood than a new neighborhood.
Gonna go Jonathan, then Heather.
So part of this conversation that I'm having in my head is because we're looking at these increases, we're also looking at property tax increases. So any idea what percentage? I mean, we have to have that conversation because we can't piggyback increases dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely, your worship. So, again, in order of magnitude I'm talking about here, I would be shocked if I brought anything to you that was lower than 7 or 8. That would be no new services and that would be cuts in some areas. The challenge we face is a lot of cost drivers facing other places hit here too. We just didn't pay for it in the past. So whenever you have, and again, I'm not criticizing decisions, but a 0% without a reduction is just using the Visa to pay MasterCard next year. So we're seeing just small things. WCB is probably gonna add 1% right to you. Policing obviously is going to be a big one. A lot of other costs that municipalities have that a lot of homes just have, right? Fuel, utilities, those sorts of things. So that's sort of where we're at. So that's why it'd be my recommendation, keep them separate so residents in a transparent fashion can see where their money's going for utilities versus taxes. And again, I mean, that's not a number I can go firm with, but we've ran several scenarios right now and it goes high. So really when we come down to that budget discussion and the further we push it, the harder those decision points will be to make. Whenever you shut down a service abruptly, there's always those knock-on effects. So generally, whenever we try to reduce services, you try to do it in a way that's, 6 months, you have a transition. For example, we know right now we've gone with eGov for electronic billing for utilities. So the last billing cycle, we just sent out the message to say, sign up for eGov because we'll be going paperless in 2025. So those folks that don't want to go paperless can then pay a fee. So we want to make sure that folks have ample time to become familiar with these changes and then to be able to follow suit with them. So that's just one example, but we run into the budget scenario where we have a sizable hike and council may not wish to look for that and look for cuts. Those cuts get fairly hasty rather than more of a deliberate process. So hence why right now for utilities, our recommendation is make the decision in July, which gives you the bylaw in August, which allows us the budget for September to come back for those guidelines. So at least council has 2 months to contemplate the overall budget. The other option too, again, if no direction is given on these, administration, we will continue to use the 24 rates. It'll impact reserves. But it is an option because it's, again, from the management perspective, I don't think it would be responsible, but I understand. Tricky that can do.
Just gotta take a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. All in favor?
Great. As a quick follow-up, just so the council's aware, based on my property taxes, if I'm looking at a 7% property tax increase for next year, plus this proposed 2025 property tax or water rates, that's a monthly increase of almost $50. That's pretty significant. Now, fortunately, that's a dual income in our home. Our finances are sufficient for that. But how many residents in our town will look at that and say, yeah, I can absorb that? So I think we have to have serious conversations moving that forward.
Did you say $50?
$50 a month between the two.
So your worship, I would just say there's the option here where because these numbers are high, and these issues are not unique to Diamond Valley. It's everywhere across the country and the continent, right? I mean, we're in a 40-year high inflation cycle now. So it's the option of doing nothing and then just repairing things as they break, although it is responsible from a management perspective, from the political lens, it may be less so. Because again, these repairs are going to get, it's either we pay for them today, or we pay for them tomorrow. That I would, frankly, that's how a lot of households operate, right? I mean, it'd be great to save to replace the furnace over 20 years, but the reality is once the bill comes due, you pay for it up front. So I think a lot of local governments across the country are grappling with these questions. And that would be something I would put out there too, is I fully understand these numbers we're dealing with here. So although it is not an ideal option, that's certainly an option. So I understand the level of potential service cuts that you have to contemplate to keep that rate low, would significantly impact the community.
Move off because we gotta move. But I think we still need to talk about this in August again, so that's great.
I think what you said was great, Adam, and there's no ideal. Yes, I don't like it, but there's no ideal fair way to do it. It's just, we have to do what's simple and best. So I would just give option one, that council direct administration to prepare the 2025 utility rates using the attached 5-year plan with current expenses and volumes for consumption rates to be brought back for approval in the August 21st, 2024 meeting.
Discussion, Heather?
Good, now.
All right, let this have, after.
Lisa, can you remind me why we have opted out to not have a separate rate for commercial? Because we used to have residential and commercial rates. Now we just have all.
Yeah, there's a couple reasons for that. So we've moved to the meter size flat rates, which compensates for that change in commercial. It does help recover from our biggest users. And then having a different rate, it impacts us with some of those multifamily places that may be deemed, I mean, they're not commercial or residents, but you get into that some to rate differential that, you know, can cause some issues. So the meter size offsets that.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Any further comments? All in favor? All right, excellent. I will keep my comment for later, so I think it needs to be part of the budget discussion, my thought. Okay, property request for removal of property tax penalties roll. Adam?
Thanks, Your Worship. It's really a request for council to consider the property owner's request to remove the late penalty tax account. So administration had everything in accordance with legislation, and we did send out a further reminder. So administration is firmly of the position for option 2, which is that council direct administration to inform the property owner for rule number 84,000 that the penalty amounts charged will not be credited to their account. Thank you.
It's option 2, that council directed me to inform property to revoke the repeat for that the penalty amount charged for non-coverage.
Discussion.
Yeah, I just have a question. So the penalty was applied. So they paid their taxes on the 16th and the penalty was applied on the 16th, correct?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll just actually bring in Lisa on here for details. Over to you.
That's correct. The taxes were due August 15th. So if they're paid on the 16th, then they are late as the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Say that again?
No, the
Penalty,
there's a
they were due on the 15th, but he paid them on the 16th. Okay.
No, it's like you get it in late, you get them.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Cindy.
I hate it. I just say that, it's like a day late, but I understand that. It's like, no matter what the day is, there's always gonna be something and you have to draw a line somewhere, right? But it seems really cruel. Yeah, MasterCard does this too, yeah.
I did it in college for a student.
Yeah, so.
Sorry. You're late.
Yeah.
It's a word.
The human side.
Yeah, it sucks. All in favor? All opposed? No, carried unanimous. Very well. Cindy? Opposed? Okay, Cindy opposed. Okay.
change director of CRA, indeed, concern, oh,
Ask the director of administration to send a letter to my CRA account. Worst in the world, signed by Mayor Barry Crane, requesting that the current director, David Middleton, be removed as director and that chief financial officer, Kenneth, and chief administrator, officer, Davey, be added as directors of the my CRA.
excellent, all in favor? That's carried. And, Ben will be right happy if that's done.
Well, I hope it works out for me. I get.
Whitefield Curling Club request to amend agreement seasonal utilities fee.
I'll give you this one. The council approved $11,000 in funding to offset the cost of building insurance and seasonal utility costs for Fairfields Curling Club.
Hazel, thank you.
$11,000 seems like a high amount for 6 months.
I'm not sure. Bill.
Yeah, it's worship, it's,
Like $1,800 a month.
it's just utilities and insurance. So it's 22,000 a year, so 11 is possible.
That seems awfully high compared to 6 of them. But you don't have anybody in the building, you're not using heat, electricity, water.
That's the rates your worship. So. Water facilities. Inflation cost ropes.
It's fine.
Seems to basically the new lease amount, eh, for the year.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think this is sort of the new normal we're gonna have to. Wrap our heads around, right, where $1 million buys you a house now, and now, Sioux Lagoon's 20 million.
Yeah. Jonathan.
No, I'll skip it.
Okay. Yeah, it's current club. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Community support grant sheet, free clearance council. Jonathan?
I'll give you a portion that we approved $500 as requested to monthly the community support fund. Only because this is what we've always been doing.
You know, 500? 500? $500. Okay, any comments, concerns?
This is the first year that First Council has applied for the grant and received it. And in the month of September, see a little bit of activity should begin to go on.
All in favor? That's carried. Opposed? I got it. I'm gonna keep the history alive.
Yeah.
Where are we at here?
That's the next one.
Next one. Friends of Foothill School Foundation of Golf. Okay, still going. You're making a. Hazel, go ahead.
That council approves the Friends of the Foothill School Division Foundation Community Support Grant applications. The grant and the amount of, I'm gonna insert $500.
You don't want to do motion 2 instead?
Pardon me.
You don't want to do motion 2 instead?
Oh. No. I'm 500 is right.
Actually, golf and dinner, you should send 2 players for 500. At least we can have Adam go and do some schmoozing.
Adam and Mayor will go.
Yeah. Right, yeah, that's where you gotta go schmooze.
So
That's and 2 people, if you're gonna send them $500, send 2 people, at least if you can feed our team. Thanks.
No.
Hazel?
That's the motion I have.
That amendment, Hazel. I'm looking for a steak dinner, Hazel.
this is why we don't. extend
Well, I
that
told you it would be asked.
There you
I'm
go.
not gonna vote for it.
All right, 500, all in favor? All opposed? I said all in favor.
It's
Carry.
$500.
Yeah,
On the community.
and all opposed? There you go, two.
I want to.
It's carried.
For 2 items.
Oh.
Okay, who we got next? Sheep River Library Board. Hazel?
So what happened here was we had Phil for a number of years as our fellow that came through, that we come and do our financial review of our audit. Yeah. And so he has resigned. So we asked Bill Rowe and he said he would come and do it.
Great.
And so we appointed him. And then last month, we got a note from the Public Library Board Services letting us know that we skipped a step. And that is on the council that can do the appointment.
Excellent.
So this is why we are here asking for that we can appoint Bill Rowe.
Yeah, so the motion is a little weird that council agrees that Bill Rowe is qualified. Isn't it, we're appointing him. We're not discussing his qualifications.
The board has to determine who they wish to appoint. It's in the wording out of the act is that you agree that he's qualified.
Oh. Libraries are strange places.
They are strange places.
I could still love it.
Hazel, did you make a motion?
That council agrees that Bill Rowe is qualified to review the Diamond Valley Library Board's financial record for the 2023 calendar year.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you, Hazel. We have a motion on the floor. And I will just say that I like Bill Rowe. He's a good cat. And he is qualified. Any discussion?
I will.
All in favor? There you go. Right. All in favor, good. That's carried. Okay, we have two items pulled from the list. We have the 9.9 action tracker. Yeah, action tracker, right? Hazel, you had something on there you wanted to throw a salvo at?
Page 30. So it's gonna be the resolution number 5. And it goes back to that, is it the FREC grant? Can you give us an update of where we are at with that?
The FREC grant. There you go.
That's
March 6th. I can't give
Do
you.
you want to pull this off and then then I can send it
Stick it
again.
in the, yep.
That would be great. Thanks, worship. Yeah, I think it needs a substantive update.
Okay,
I think would be.
I think so.
okay, thank you.
There's a history on that as well. She's gonna get it in even.
Okay, so I was gonna say, if she wants to take it out, potentially she could make a motion to request a substantive update regarding that, just so it doesn't get lost.
Okay,
9, 10.
so it's 9.9. So I'm just gonna make a motion
Sure.
that I will send administration an email asking the question in regards to the FREC grant.
No, just ask right now, just say, council requests a substantive update on the FREC grant for next meeting.
She said.
You have to put
There's
the
the motion.
then I don't have to read.
That's right, yeah.
Might be nice.
Yeah.
All in favor? That's carried, thank you. They cook all our food? There better be Subway back there.
There's lots.
No.
There's nothing to be refrigerated in the back. There's a refrigerator back here?
It's in the fridge.
I didn't see it. It's a cooler.
The culture traffic, 9.10, we pulled off. Who
Yeah,
wanted to
I
ask?
just wanted to ask that, there used to be a lot more monitoring up there, and I understand that we're down by a lot of people, but I just.
Yeah, absolutely, your worship. Completely understand residents' frustration with it. So good news to report. So we're now back up to full strength for CPOs. So just brought on our other fellow there last week. So we should have some more active monitoring. The other thing too is Sergeant Hogan reached out to the RCMP and Alberta Sheriffs to actually have them cover our gap times. So we're hoping a bit more enforcement will assist with that, but we'll certainly appreciate everyone's frustrations.
Yeah, correct. Especially during the tourist season.
Yeah, great.
So I'd like to add to that. I have a solar powered speed radar that I will replace on the pole that's there.
Nice call.
So that sign was brutally vandalized by somebody and I had it out and sent it for repair and I'll put it back on there.
Can we put a little, town cam in
You
there?
guys are already talking with the person that sent the letter, so we don't have to follow up. You guys have it, that's.
We do, your worship, yeah.
Okay, Heather?
Hey, just for your info, the solar powered speed thing in Willow Ridge or Riverwood beside that open park area isn't working.
Oh, okay. I'll go check it out.
Yeah. Or wasn't working today.
Hopefully it's not been.
I don't know, I don't think so. It looks fine.
What do we used to call that in the back of the pickup truck?
Okay, we have one more item of
I
business.
never did that.
Oh,
I believe, do we, Veronica?
yeah. I must resign from council.
No.
I'm no longer be a resident of Diamond Valley as of the 19th of July.
Oh, really? Where are you moving?
Another municipality.
Now you're-
To another municipality, yes.
So thus you're disqualified from sitting on council,
Unfortunately, timing isn't ideal, but that's just
like 2 days.
yes.
Thank you so much for on.
Yeah.
Well,
It's been a pleasure, Ron.
it has been
7 years.
7 years. But it got better. Yeah. But not. This year.
It's 7 a.m.
But
It was great having
I
you.
know. We're happy to have you. It's
Okay.
very fun. And this is in good hands. You guys will be fine. Yeah, it will suck, but you'll be fine.
What are you gonna do without getting it handed back?
We'll still read the
I'll still
I
get
have
to her.
internet where I'm going.
I'm sure you're gonna be following right along.
I will.
Maybe not fiber optic there, but you never know.
I don't know. I could tell you. Just enjoy the water issue.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd give you a
Can't wait to-
big eloquent goodbye, but I'm gonna see you around and,
And I'm gonna call you to get that someday.
yeah, that's all good, so. Yeah, and I'll come put a wood stove in your new house.
No, I'm not. Never.
Never.
No. Just a gas stove.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Gotta turn to your worship.
You have to adjourn.
Adjourn.